Alright, so I'll still be talking to chat. I'm just going to occasionally be doing commentary. I don't normally like stream these online because I feel if you're going to be doing a commentated run for an in-person speedrun marathon thing, you probably shouldn't be relying on chat, responding to chat to make yourself interesting. Because you're not going to have chat there in person. But whatever. Alright, so this is a commentated any percent run of the Granstream Saga on the PlayStation 1. It's a PlayStation 1 game. We're playing it on a PS2. Just so that I can capture it in glorious upscale component video. This run takes about 3 hours, 45-ish minutes, depending on how well things go. The ending is about 15 minutes long. We start timing for this run from the first text box, so that's where I'm going to start it for this timer, but for the purposes of a marathon, timing will start on start here. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, I'm trying to pay attention to when this started. This started at 2 o'clock in about 30 seconds, so we'll see how long the intro scene is here. So there's plenty of anime in this game. Be forewarned, there's also an anime butt coming up. If you're sensitive to such things, I will make sure to call it out. I usually tell children to cover their eyes when it happens. It's certainly a thing. The weird black bars on the sides and top of the screen. Don't worry about those. The game is actually full screen. Don't worry about the timer. I start the timer after the intro. That's where we start timing. There are 2 active runners for this game. There is me, and there is Pro Gaming with Ed. We traded the world record for this game many times over many months, actually. We're kind of settled down on a time now. But we realized fairly recently we've been doing all of our attempts on EPSXE, which doesn't properly do lag for this game. So we're kind of switching our leaderboard back over to console / a different emulator that's slightly more accurate, because a good EPSXE time is 3 hours 33 minutes.
Years ago, in the
my best console time is 340, 345.
After years of skirmishes,
so that's just how much lag gets made up by EPSXE.
Confrontation. One faction was led by the Imperial Wizardry, the other by the Allied Spirit Army. As the battle raged on, the Imperial Wizardry activated a dangerous weapon both sides had agreed to ban. The weapon was fired into the core of the planet to destroy enemy territory, but a miscalculation disturbed the planet's axis, melting ice caps and triggering tidal waves that would eventually cause complete submersion beneath the sea. Foreseeing this tragedy, 4 wise men used a magical control tower called Heirlim to keep 4 continents from sinking. Each wise man used a magic orb to power Heirlim, but the orbs had to be re-energized at regular intervals, so the wise men left a magic orb on each continent with their descendants, the new wise men, to carry on their work. Now, the inhabitants of the floating continents are intent on building a new world. But suddenly, all of the new wise men are starting to disappear, and there have been rumors of Imperial Wizardry warship sightings. Without the new wise men, the lands of Shilf, Aqua, Vulcos, and Zapir are beginning to slowly sink into the sea. Once again, an entire civilization is threatened with extinction.
So this intro is not skippable, by the way. I would have absolutely skipped this if we could. So timer starts right now. Okay. So Granstream Saga is one of those games where nearly every single button on the controller will advance text and skip text, which means I gotta do a whole bunch of this for nearly 4 hours, which is why for a brief period of time, turbo controllers were used. By me, mostly. Turbo controllers only work so well up to a certain point, so I don't use them anymore. We just keep it real, for multiple reasons. One of the biggest reasons, though, is that most turbo controllers have bad D-pads, and you actually need a good D-pad to play this game. This is not an analog game, and you need to do precise D-pad inputs for the last third of the game to be good at fights. Turbo's not cheating if it's allowed in the community. The community of Granstream Saga is 2 whole people, and the entirety, 100% of the community was okay with turbo controller use. Okay. We got there. Yeah, this is a game where characters don't have faces. It's a thing. So I opened up the menu there to turn text speed to the fastest. That lets us skip text as quickly as possible. In order to efficiently skip text in this game, you have to do at least 1 input every 7 frames. Or no. Above 7 inputs a second. There we go, I got there. This community is corrupt. Maybe. Our rules are very flexible. That's because we want the maximum amount of people to join the Granstream Saga community. Alright. So, in order to advance that, I had to go over, get the T-set out of the chest, and then use the T-set on the stove there. When I originally got this game and played this, way back when, about when it came out, I actually got stuck there for a non-insignificant amount of time. Because it's not super obvious, like, the manual doesn't say anything about, use items on things in the environment. You just kind of have to figure it out. Like, I thought when I got the game, you just had to go get the T-set, and then just interact with the stove. But nope, you gotta use the T-set on the stove. Luckily, that did teach you for later. No, it wasn't a couple hours. It was, I think, about 10 minutes, probably. Of me just, like, wandering around the little hut. There's not even that much to wander around in there. But hey, I got there eventually. So anyways, to optimally skip text, you have to put in an input, at least 7 inputs every second. So I am just going nuts on this controller while any text is on screen. So you can use the D-pad to skip text, you can use the face buttons to skip text, you can use the shoulder buttons to skip text. Start and select don't do anything, and there's no analog support in this. So here's our first kind of exploration part of the game. It's not very long. So one of the gimmicks in this game, as you can see right here, Eon, that's the main character's name, Eon. He's got this thing called a scepter on his left arm that will glow every time he touches something old and broken, like this. Here's a set of armor and weapons. And now it has copied the armor and weapons into his arm. Oh man, thank you for the host, Pitted. So it's gonna say, let's get Pitted is hosting me for 99 viewers at the top of my screen for the next, like, 2 minutes. Don't worry about it. How'd your runs go, Pitted? Yeah, you need 420 APM. Alright, so here is the first combat sequence in the game. Oh man, you PB'd, nice. Well done. Yeah, I know, we can fully sell out in a marathon pitch, right? Well done to Let's Get Pitted on your personal best in Resident Evil 4 professional mode, 60 frames per second on the personal computer, any percentage. Speedrun. Follow him at twitch.tv/letsgetpitted. Also subscribe at Let's Get Pitted. Okay, so here's the combat. So for this, we want to do a single slash, and then that, single slash, and then that. And that takes it down quickly. So we're going to see a whole lot of the combat later on, but combat is real-time in this, and it's always going to be one-on-one. Well, almost always. Yeah, no, a personal computer, right? Here I am playing on a PlayStation. Jeez. So here we got another fight against another armored dude. Yeah, also twitch.tv/Azure/subscribe. Another link you should go to. So I'll talk later on, because boy, I'll have time to address the two different versions of this game. But for now, I'll mention that the R1 button is the dash button. So I can hold it down here and hold up, and we're going to dash into this guy. And then I'm just going to mash that X button. And that takes down this guy. So that was it. That was all the combat for the first little bit of the game. They kind of throw you right into it. And now there's a whole bunch more plot. So take your bets when when this message here is finally going to stop appearing. I'm actually not sure when it fixes itself. It will fix itself eventually. Yeah, I know. I hardly ever speedrun anymore. I did beat Alendra earlier. I finally beat Alendra after what was it, 34 hours? Wait, why are you timing out Zabble for that? If you unhost me, it'll keep doing it, Pitted. Don't worry about it. This actually happened earlier. It'll fix itself eventually. Because this happened earlier. I'm not even sure what I broke in my code to make it do that too. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I just really want the world to know, and anybody watching this marathon pitch, that Let's Get Pitted had hosted me for 99 whole viewers. Okay, so the whole reason why we were inside that dungeon was we were sent to find this kid. This very unappreciative young man. There we go, it fixed itself. I told you. Hey. See, we in there. Yeah, no, Pitted... Because Pitted has sub, he can just host as much as he wants. Okay, so here we go. Here's where the kid expresses his gratitude, or not at all, and then he gets us for it. Boom. Alright, so now we're in the town of Arona. We're collecting our prize for saving Kid from where we found him. So we gotta match through this text in Pub Bonnie's. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet reason to get sub button. It's just all the hosts. Oh yeah, if you have any facial hair in Granstream Saga, then you get more face than usual. Okay, so I had to go back in there and do this because that advances plot a little bit more. We need to go here, talk to Drunk Guy. Hopefully he doesn't pin us against the wall. Okay, good. Alright. Then he says, hey, there's something weird in the church. So let's go in the church. Alright, some more plot. And we're about to come up across the whole reason why this speedrun is faster than it should be. So there is kind of a hidden item in this game called the Onimaru. It's a sword. It happens to be by far and away the best weapon in the entire game, and we're about to get it right now. Just about 10 minutes of the run. So in order to get it, we gotta tap down twice and then hit left, and then use the Panther Eye right here. You gotta be kind of in the middle of this thing. And then, boom, got the Onimaru. So I'm gonna equip it now so I don't forget. That is a thing that happens occasionally. You forget to equip that, and then things go real wrong later. Alright, so now we got some anime. I hope you like anime. As we got some coming up here. Now I can rest my hand for 10 seconds. See ya. It's not New Game Plus, please. A new player, somebody who like got this game from Blockbuster, like everybody else did, because nobody bought this game, could, in one of their billion playthroughs of it, might have thought, hey, maybe I need to hit down, down, left, and then use this item on this section of the wall in this very specific part of the game that you can't get to any other time, and then use this item. It could happen. It's not something you have to beat the game for, right? That means it's not New Game Plus. Checkmate. Alright, so here's some more plot. That comb caused the thing on our arm to give us a vision of Arcia. She's one of the two waifu choices. She's not my waifu choice, but she's a waifu choice. Alright, good. Drunk guy did not get us. We're about to see the other waifu choice very soon. The correct waifu choice is coming up. So in order to find where Arcia is, or Arcia, depending on which version of the game you're on, we need to hook up with some pirates, some air pirates. So in order to get there, we have to hide in this chest, and then that stows us away on their ship. And advances the plot some more. So I warned you guys about anime butts earlier. There's an anime butt coming up very soon. So I'll give you some proper warning in case you have to like turn off your monitor because your boss is there or something. Or I don't know, you just don't like seeing butts. Who doesn't? But butts. Alright, so this is Slazer and Gondor? Yeah, Gondor. Will you one day see the ending with not waifu choice? Well, we could do a bid war starting right now. Whichever one has the highest donation amount will be the waifu we choose. So Team Laramie, open your wallets. Also, cover your eyes right now, children. Children, cover your eyes. Adults, widen your eyes. It's about to get sexy. Right here. Enjoy. By the way, the bid war will be a thing in RPG Limited.
Where am I?
Alright, here you go. There's your anime butts and side boob.
Who are you and what are you doing in Laramie's room?
What kind of bird are you?
I'm not a bird, I'm Corky the Spirit Beast and you'd better duck!
Nice move, but I hope you realize I had some soap in my eyes. Now, you've got exactly 1 minute to explain who you are and what you're doing here.
Yep, save a screenshot for wallpaper, of course. If you got a sweet 4x3 monitor, get some awesome 800 by 600 wallpapers. Well, side boob is one thing. Like, side boob you could just straight up show on... Well, actually you can't. I'm trying to think of what you can't show on, like, primetime network TV. I'm not sure if you can show a full butt. Or what the scale is. We'll have to call up the FCC and tell them, yo, we have a choice between a full butt or a side boob. Which one of these can we show on daytime TV? Okay, so anyways, in the hot Granstream Saga story that we're at right now, we got caught as stowaways. And so to not be ratted out by butt/side boob girl, which is the best girl in the game, Laramie, she wanted us to go steal some jewels from, oh god, from the hold here. Wait, so we still don't have a definitive answer. Which one is more appropriate for daytime TV, side boob or full butt? I'm pretty sure full butt is probably more acceptable, but you never know. Alright, so here's where we're given plot education, I guess, on the scepter thing on our arm again. So we're going to copy the jewels that are inside the chest there. because it doesn't set off that security thing. And you need to keep that in mind for later in the game, because we will be making use of that mechanic. Side butt? Okay, yeah. But cracks are sensor? Huh, okay. We're off to a great start with this marathon pitch video commentary, by the way. Alright, so there's the enormous jewel that she requested. And now, this game continues to get better, because in order to advance past this area, we need to hide in her shower, and then smell her towel. To exit this area. It's Buzz. This game. So this is the Vanel. They call it the banjo later in voiceovers. That's usually what we call it anyways. I know, smelling towels is probably the most loot thing in this game, if we're honest here.
Hey, you got a nice duck there.
Oh man, Rare. Thank you for the $5. We will see what that says in a second. Vote Joy for Granstream Waifu, OP, Rare. Alright, thank you, Rare. That's $5 for Joy, or for, correct girl. Alright, the bidding's been started. Thank you, Rare. You're a true hero. Okay, so I remembered to equip the Onimaru earlier. No, this is a real video game. This is not like some weird Net Eurose thing. Okay, so there we just saw pretty much the entire combat strat in this game. We are mostly going to be rushing at enemies and then hitting them once, waiting till they get back up again, and then hitting them again. That's how OP the Onimaru is. Also, we can do stuff like that. So that one's manipulated. I figured out the manipulation for that one. If you just hold left and swing, it'll just kill him first try every time. Except when it doesn't, in which case don't worry about it. Alright, we use the key here and get ready for some more anime.
Who are you?
My name is Eon. You're Arcia.
Why, yes. But do I know you?
No, but I'm a friend. I bring this gift from your father.
Hey,
He said it was of
you got a
great
nice
importance.
duck there.
Oh, from my father?
Thank you, Bloodite. Here's $5 because anime butts. Thank you, Bloodite. Are there any one-frame skips? Yes, actually. There is actually really intense movement tech later on the run. Most of it starts at around the 1 hour mark. It's after the thrilling gameplay split is where it is. Like, just looking at this right now, you might be going, oh man, this game, you're probably just skipping text and one-shotting dudes. Yeah, that's a lot of it. Not gonna lie, it's a lot of this game. But this game actually has really tight movement tech later on. And if you don't nail the fireball motions toward the end of the game, you're gonna have a rough time with bosses. This game is kind of a slow start. It's not as bad as some other RPGs, but we're almost getting to the part of the game where you actually need to be good at this. Team Joy, oh man. Well, I will be doing Shenmue Showdown tomorrow. So, if you have any Shenmue-related things, you'll be able to do that tomorrow. I gotta do an 8-hour video, 8-hour plus video tomorrow. Alright, so we busted out Arcia from prison. She is second best girl, not even, she is like fourth best girl in the game. Some people consider her best girl though, they're crazy. But another thing to note here is, at the very, very end of the game, we have a choice of which of the two waifu choices to save. One of them will die, like in a lake of fire forever. The other one will become our actual waifu. And I always pick the correct choice, but for Marathon, we'll let the people decide.
Oh, no. They've all been captured. Now we'll never get out of here.
Over there. Someone's coming.
Who are you?
Oh, what a pretty picture. The brave young warrior and the beautiful damsel in distress. So, how did you two find the other 3 orbs? I'm curious.
Who said we found them?
I've been informed of every move you've made. And now it's time for me to make mine. I've got them all.
Oh no!
What have you done?
Now that the orbs have been destroyed, you nor anyone else can perpetuate the selfish destruction of nature's gifts for their own greedy purposes. You wanted the orbs so you could use their magical powers to rule the 4 continents.
You must believe me. That wasn't our intent.
You're just like the rest. You swear you won't be corrupt, but you will be. Leave now. You're free to go. Go ahead. No one will stop you. One's destiny cannot be manipulated.
Alright. So I just realized the voice acting in this game isn't as bad as I thought it was originally. Especially after we played some of that Galarians. Can we recruit this guy? We'll see this guy again later. This guy may or may not be our bro. Alright. And that ends the thrilling first time through the banjo. Why do you cut down the door? Why not? This actually isn't his ship. Not yet. He was on the other ship, the Good, which is that where we got that the cutscene with the bud. That was on the Good, which is the pirate ship. This is the Vanel battleship, which is different. Please respect the lore. Well, I know, like, playing Galarians has made me appreciate this game's voice acting and how relatively better it is. Alright, so we lost a few seconds here. Because I was thinking about butts or something. Don't worry about it, though. We have all kinds of time to save later. Alright. So now we're coming up on another big plot device in the game. So we already have the thing on our arm that lets us copy stuff. We have a giant, like, not spirit bird thing to fly around on. And now we're about to get something else. Alright, this is one of the longer finger breaks in the game.
I sure hope no one saw me take the broken pieces of the orbs.
If they did, they'd be right behind us. I hope my brother's all right. Huh?
Oh! What's that?
Maybe it's an abandoned Imperial wizardry fortress.
Welcome. Ye who possess the 4 magic orbs hold the key to Heirlim.
Alright. So here's Heirlim. If you remember the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, this is Zordon. This is practically Zordon. So this is Heirlim. What it is in the game is it's like your fast travel system. So we're going to use this to travel between the floating continents in the game. And not only does it let us travel between continents, it lets us travel around on the continent. I know. Crazy, right? Yes, yes, this floating tower is just as racist as Zordon is. Can't confirm. You'll have to play the game yourself casually to figure that out, though. And exactly how he was. Alright, so now we're just going back to Arona for some more plot. And in this section here is where we start doing some of the optimizations that were found. So the original runs of this, both me and Pro Gaming with Ed, completely independent of each other, started routing and running this game within one day. 24 hours of each other without even knowing the other person was doing it. It's a little weird. A little weird how that turned out. We both made our separate routes for this. And then once we found out that, hey, another dude is doing speedruns of this, we kind of combined our routes into one route that was actually good. And the optimization coming up here is one of Ed's. We gotta go in here, talk to this dude, man with the mustache. One of the few characters in the game that has something on his face. And essentially he says, we need to... Who had the better original route? Probably Ed. Because Ed knew about the sneeze glitch. Or sneeze strat, I guess. Way before I did. Alright, so dude in... The priest in there essentially said we need to go to the ruins and then get the lifting verse, which will save each continent. Alright, so here's the optimization. We are not going to go to that menu, we're going to go into this, we're going to do this, and then Heirlim return all the way back to the entrance. So it's at very specific parts of the game where we need to use our Heirlim return spell. Pretty much all of the MP and spells that we use in the run are planned out way ahead of time. You only really have freedom to use just like extra healing or combat spells way later, like at the very, very, very end of the run. And even then, you don't really have that much of an option either. Because if you need to heal at the end of the game, you've done something wrong. You'll see why when we get there. So now we're back at Valis' house. We just gotta go read this note for some more plot. And this essentially says what the dude in the village already told us. We need to go to the ruins and go get the lifting verse to save the continents. Next 2 times, well yeah, Boldrang is the boss. So we actually timed the boss separately. This is a PlayStation 1 game, so it was only out on PS1. We timed the bosses separately because before I found a strat, the bosses used to vary in times considerably. Not so much anymore, but it used to actually be a big deal how much time you spent on the boss. And the new strat that I found only works from essentially the second half of the game onwards. And I'll point it out when you get there, because it really breaks the boss fights. Alright, so here's where we actually start playing the game. We're half an hour in, and here's where you actually need skill to do things. So, almost every single fight in this game can be bypassed with good movement. So, ideally I don't get into any fights, and there's one already. Great, nailed it. Alright, so hopefully that's the only extra fight we get into here. Of course it's against this guy. Okay. So while we saw that there, let me explain the combat system. So there's LP and HP. When you get hit, it takes out the HP bar first, and then once that goes all the way down, it takes out a bit of the LP bar. So now I gotta wait for this guy to get out of the way. and this could just take literally forever. This guy is also in the way. Alright, there wasn't much I could do about that. Okay. That was also bad. Yeah, we also got 1 Fruit of Venetawa. I think a donation thing would be, I will donate for every single Fruit of Venetawa I get. Because all those do is waste time. So here's another relatively recent optimization. You get that thing, and then you just warp out and go straight back in. And this actually skips a fairly long cutscene and having to manually backtrack here. Because normally you'd have to walk all the way back, go to that pillar that's on the right down there, and then use the pillar to put an item up there to make these staircases come in here. But if you just warp out and then go right back in, it skips having to use the pillar, and it just automatically does this, and it puts you closer to the actual stairs. So that all worked out. So that was our second usage of the Heirlim return spell. We're going to use it, I think, 3 more times total in the run. So you essentially don't get any MP drops until way late in the game. So we had to plan out our spell usage way ahead of time, because we're only going to get 1 more MP refill item. Okay, so here it's super important that I say no to the first option, and then yes to the second. So that will... The first question was, do you want to pick up this thing? And we don't. The second option is, do you want to copy this thing? And we do. Because if you pick it up, it will close the door there. And we kind of need to get through there. So, we're going to do the same thing here. I'm going to hit circle and then X to copy that. Back in here, and we're going to place both of those on the pedestal. So occasionally, the mistake gets made of a runner picking up that thing there, and that's super embarrassing, because that's just like 15 seconds. It takes forever to fix that mistake if it happens. So ideally, you don't want that to happen. So you might have noticed there a text box popped up that says you gained a level. Levels don't mean anything in this game at all. You're given levels at like preset points in the game. They pretty much have no bearing on damage that you deal, really. It doesn't give you any more LP. And it gives you a little bit more HP. Like, not enough to even care about, really. Alright, so here's another very difficult puzzle. There, go around this. Okay. Here's another room that I have may or may not goofed on before. Don't worry about it, though. I got it this time. I would absolutely download a magical gem. I bet the History Channel will pay a lot of money for those things. Alright, so here we're copying this gear, and then we have to interact with it one more time to put the other gear in there. I've forgotten to do that before, and that's also really embarrassing. Especially in a race, where the other half of the community can heckle you non-stop over mumble for it. So don't make that mistake. Alright, so for this one, we need to do that. Left one. The solution to this puzzle is actually in town, but since we already know the solution, we can just enter it in here. This is the Ocarina puzzle. So there's a, I believe it's a painting in the wise man's house, or the whatever, old man's house. That tells you the solution to this. And that's the ruins. No, you can't make copies of everything. It's only like old broken stuff. And only some old broken stuff. Like, if I could make copies of everything, I would, yeah, like, I'd be duplicating money, I'd be duplicating healing stuff. But, nope. So now we're back in this area. The Wise Man Cemetery. If everything goes well, we only have one fight here, which is one required fight. And then the fight after that will be the boss. Ideally. Dupe Waifu? Oh man. I don't think I can handle two Ralmies. Alright, so this is the only required fight. So this is a shield dude. The strat for this guy is to run into him, and then manipulate him into doing... Oh, screwed it up. Into doing that attack, where he does a slow stab. When he's doing that, he's vulnerable for the whole stab. And you can just get him with an up X attack. And it works almost every time. Okay, so we needed that to open the door. And now we continue on. So there's a patrolling guard in the room to the right here. Don't have to worry about him though, because he's slow. He'll be on the other side of the room. And then there's a stationary wizard that we need to get past, but if you time it right, you can just walk right past him. You just need to go up like this, right like that. And then Bob's your uncle, you're all the way in there. And now we're on to the ordeal. So for this one, the only important bit for this is to remember which doors to go into. There's only 3 of them. This is another thing that I may or may not have screwed up before. So first one's middle door. And up and to the right. So we're going to be falling down 3 times here. There is a chest down here that has an LP segment. Getting that would be safe, but it's also slow. We don't really need it. The old route of this game, health was more of a concern, and it might have been a good idea to get that at one point. But with the new strats for this game, you're really only in danger for 1 or 2 fights in the whole game. And we have healing items for that, so that's not even a problem anymore. So here's the ordeal. So this is why they call this the Wise Men's Ordeal. It's just stuff like this. So the first one is, the first question was, what qualities are good in a person? And I think the middle door's answer was never give up or something? I don't know. I'm a Granstream expert, clearly. I think it's something like that. And then, second one is like, what do you fear the most? Or money? I don't know. That said something about money, who knows. In any case, this one is the left door. And then the hot speed strat for this one is to do nothing. To actually do anything in this room would slow down the game. And you'll just waste time. Because low frame rates in this game are a very real thing. And the longer the game has to spend like rendering things, the worse it is. Because you will lose real amounts of time due to dropped frames in this game. And then this one is, what do you value in a child? And this one is honesty. And we just need to say, no kid, you're not 100 years old. Yeah, never give up, or something. You know. Granstream. Alright, so here's, this is a wind something. Wind crest. That's something. That's the thing that I mashed through. I haven't casually played this in like 10 years. Or more, actually. The hell if I know what that thing is. But some plot happens, and then we get warped over to where the boss is. Alright, so now we're coming up on Boardlang here. Boardlang's the first boss fight in the game. And it's also one of the more difficult bosses in the game. So what this boss is a giant skeleton or a skull with 2 claw things, 2 independent claws. The strat for this is that you want to take out one of the claws, preferably the one on the left, and then go on the side of the claw that you defeated, destroyed, whatever you want to call it. And then just keep slashing away and hoping for a crit. So a crit is one of the things that you get with the Onimaru sword that we're using. So we're not exactly sure why, but sometimes when you swing with this sword, it will just do 10 times the regular amount of damage. And that's enough to one-shot almost anything in the game. There's a few exceptions very late in the game. But for the most part, a crit will help you out considerably in all these fights. Alright, so here's where we split for this one. See, I even made up time on this. I got into 2 fights, and I got a gold split. Okay, so for this one I'm heading up and left, and then I'm going to shield right here. Got him. Alright. That went fine. So we actually got a crit on the last hit, which is why it took out 2 pieces of LP and not 1. That's because we got a crit. If I got a crit on the first hit that I did on the skull thing, it would have taken out all of its health all in one go. And that does happen relatively often. I've actually looked into RNG manipulation for like damage values and all that, but I couldn't find a steady way to make that a thing. So we're still leaving it up to luck. But these fights are all relatively short. The longest boss fight in the game, there's 2 of them that could be pretty long. One of them is about halfway through. The other one's the final boss. I'll talk about the final boss when we get there, because boy is it something. But that's essentially it for the first continent. There's 4 continents in the game, plus a 5th area. That is also quite something, plot-wise and anything-wise. There's some more anime for you. Alright. So actually, one of the more difficult things in this game, believe it or not, is navigating this fast travel menu once it pops up again. There's one part specifically where you could lose so much time going to the wrong spot in a menu. Alright, so here's another spot where we use the warp spell. So I'm going to start mashing the square button right here. Right here. Okay. So there's our third usage of it. And that brings us right back out into some plot. So, by the way, the Granstream Saga is a PS1 game, and this game is actually supposed to be 60 frames per second. So keep that in the back of your mind as we do the next, 10-15 minutes. See, like, this part here is 60 FPS. This is smooth as can be. No problem. Oh, by the way, in this part, to advance, you have to talk to the coffee thing. Or tea thing. There's another spot that I got stuck on. It's always that tea thing. Because sure, that makes sense. I need to say goodbye to Valos and the house, so naturally you're going to talk to the tea thing. Alright, so now we're off to Aqua's. So first we have some plot dialogue of, hey, there's other places to go. And then they're mentioning, like, we can only go to continents that we have memories of. And Laramie's been to Aqua's before, so that'll let us go to Aqua's. Also, the translation for this game is not great. I'm praising this game. I'm doing this game a favor by saying it's not great. I could be much worse with this. But it's not great. They spell the name of this town at least 2 different ways. So here it's P-I-X-I-M. Also, it's a split. In the dialogue, it was spelled P-I-S-H-I-K-I-M. Because sure, that's close enough, right? There's a few points in the game where you could see some really, really drastically different spellings for things. One in particular is pretty amazing. Not so much that it was a mistranslation, but more like somebody fell asleep at the dictionary somewhere. Yep, exactly. Alright, so this is very trusting kid. See, he called it Picshim too. So we just got invited to a sleepover at the mayor's house. so that's what we're going to do. Pay attention to the left side of the screen in this next scene. Hopefully the guy doesn't move around. We can see how good our luck is here if Spinny Guy just spins around or if he moves. Alright, he's still spinning. Still spinning. Oh, he moved. Damn it. Alright, we almost made it through there without Spinny Guy moving. So I think that means this is going to be a very good run. Possibly a world record. As a Granstreamologist, that's how I've read into that. So all that plot that just happened there. We just had a sleepover with the mayor. The mayor is a 10-year-old kid. And apparently there's a cult in the town. So we need to go investigate the cult. Can almost stop mashing. We're almost there. Okay, good. Alright, so this room, definitely not 60 FPS. It gets better. Alright, good. We had good luck there. The guy moved towards us. Sometimes that guy could just start moving away from you and you will never catch him. Alright, we want to... No, I don't want to save. That, huh. Okay. That was actually a unintended time save. Alright. Hey, new strats. So we talked to this guy, we say we want to go to Creepy Cult Cave, so that's where we're going. Creepy Cult Cave. Yeah, his name is No, it's not Afro, it's Afto with a T. Okay, so you might be wondering, what was that time save I just found there? Apparently, if you don't have a memory card in, on that scene in the church, normally you're supposed to hit down, say, I don't want to do anything, and then hit down 2 more times to select leave the church. What happened there was, I hit the yes I want to say button for some reason. It said, you don't have a memory card, and then just kicked me out of the church. Which is way faster than the other way. Like, probably tenths of a second, but we gotta go fast. So I think every single run I've ever done of this, I've had a memory card in. And that was a new one. Alright, so here we need to say yes to her. I'd rather not walk around this cave with her, but it's faster to do this. And then we talk to this guy because we're done looking around the cave. Okay. So, recall before how I said this is supposed to be a 60 FPS game? Look at this. This is supposed to be 60 FPS. So, on emulator, on EPSXE, I actually timed this out just to see how much time I lose on console. Compared to emulator on this. From the start of this scene to the end of this. Thank you for the $3, Soletta. Emulator is 1 minute and 45 seconds faster on this. 1 minute and 45 seconds are made up on just this scene. Alright, let's see this message here. $3 from Soletta for facial reconstruction surgery. Thank you, Soletta. Yeah, he's the mayor. Actually, that's one of the things in PS2 Hot for TV is Samurai Jack. I've never seen anything related to Samurai Jack before. That's all new to me. I don't know if it's any good. I remember seeing it advertised a whole bunch. Alright, so plot-wise, essentially what's happening here is... Selala is the priest of the cult that's here. they're worshiping some evil god, who knows, something like that. Something about sacrifice, and then the bad waifu choice here, Arcia, thinks it's a good idea to get up, interrupt her sermon, and tell everybody in attendance that they're all idiots, and that they're worshiping the wrong god or something. And naturally, their response to that is, "Hey, how about we just kill you guys? But before then, let's make you work in the mines." So that's what we're doing here. We get to now do the best part of the game, which is thrilling gameplay. So now we're in jail because of what woman who was with us said to this room full of cultists. Look at that. Look at that face. That's the face of somebody regretting their decisions. Alright. Those bars are very solid. We can't move them. So now we just gotta wait here. Until this guy spawns. Alright, so here's some more RNG. This guy can sometimes, like, move straight down and get in your way. And he didn't. Good. Alright, so now we're off to go work in the mines. This is the absolute worst part of RNG in the game. And you'll see why once we get to doing it. So, this is the mining section, or the slave labor section, as Pro Gaming with Ed calls it. In this, we need to collect 10 pieces of obsidian from the walls, and it's completely random whether or not you get one. Alright, so look at this. This guy's gonna punch us straight through our face. Boom. This game's pretty good. So this guy also has a mustache, and he has, looks like mutton chops. So there is some faces. Just swap the turbo? Nah. Like, once I get in a rhythm of mashing for this, it's not as bad, but you gotta get past that first half hour. Alright, so here we go. Here's what we're gonna be doing. I'm gonna be spamming the 2 confirm buttons until we get 10 obsidian from these walls. Alright, so there's also a piece of LP in these walls, and it's actually slower to get it. It's completely optional, but it's just like RNG with the obsidian. So we've actually gotten up to 6 without getting the LP yet. Is this actually going to happen? Am I gonna get... Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's the LP. We're actually getting really good RNG here, too. I don't want to jinx this. But this is actually pretty good RNG. The amount of time difference here between a good slave labor section and a bad one can be about 1 minute and 10 seconds. And there's nothing you can do about it to speed it up. Like right there. It's all up to the game, determining whether or not you get some obsidian. There's nothing you can do about it. This is another thing I looked into RNG manipulating, because I think you can see why. Okay, so we got all 10. That was fun, right? Well, guess what? We get to do it again. Luckily, that's the last time we have to do it the next time, but we still have to do it again. So for this one, we autopilot, follow the guy. And some more plot happens. Well, yeah, it's magic obsidian. So, of course. You never know. Physics might work differently in the incredible world of Granstream, where we can summon old armor from our wrist. Alright, so back to mashing. I might actually make up time here, because that slave labor was actually pretty good. That went well. So here's one of the better. Actually, it's in the next scene. One of the better lines in the game is coming up after this next slave labor section. Alright, so hopefully guy doesn't move straight down. And he did, there you go. That's what I was talking about before. That guy can go straight down and just get in the way. Alright, so same deal. I need to mash on these walls to get some obsidian. It's also important you don't get too close to sections of wall you've already checked, because naturally there's only one piece of obsidian on each section of wall. This one's going really well too. I am a little bit suspicious about how well this is going. Your webcam is out of sync. Well, geez. Delete that PB then. Doesn't count. This is going way too well. What is gonna go wrong here? Alright, fine. Fine, this will be world record. Fine. If you say so, game. Alright, so here's some swag. I'm gonna hold up here, and we're gonna be facing the wrong way in this cutscene. There we go. So you have control for one frame as this loads in. So you're actually supposed to be facing the dude, but we're too cool. We're speedrunners. We don't need to face that guy. Alright, so here's the mayor, the 10-year-old kid who's the mayor of the town. He can somehow get in here. Slave labor better or worse than forklifts? This is worse, because forklifts you can just put down the controller and leave, and it'll still work. The whole stream is out of sync? The part that I saw, it wasn't out of sync. Was that in your local recording too? Because I didn't notice any of that. That's weird. Both the Twitch VODs and your local recording were out of sync? Well, in any case, here's one of the best lines in the game. Arcia is about to be taken off to get executed, and one of the guards says, if you're late to your execution, you're gonna be punished. Pity you don't local record. That's a rookie mistake, Pitted. Rookie mistake. Alright. So we're being let out again to go get some more obsidian. And good. Well, geez, Pitted, get another hard drive. You can get a 2 terabyte hard drive for like $30. Or something. Close enough. Alright, don't worry about the split counting down. That's just... my splits are haunted. Oh god. Alright, so this one I need to say no, and then yes. Completely forgot there. We need to copy his key. Okay, and now we're up to... this is the most execution-heavy dungeon in the game. If done absolutely perfectly, there's only one fight in this whole dungeon. If you screw up every single one, there's like 7. My best I've ever done is get 1 extra fight. So we'll see how we do here. So here's the first time we do a sneeze. So if we stop right here, and then we wait for the guard to go into his idle animation, we can just run straight past him. So there's 1 fight skipped already. There are 2 fights in this next room that we can just run past. So there's one right there. And there's another one right here. So here's, in this room here is a strat I came up with, I call it crossovers. So here we abuse the pathing mechanic in the game. Nope, didn't get it. So this guy was in a weird position, so I couldn't do the crossover. And I'm also have my back to the wall. So there's one extra fight. That guy was in a bad position. There's not much I could have done about that. Alright, so we continue down this way. There are 2 more fights to skip in this next room. This one we just gotta wait until guard gets out of the way. Go through here. Alright, there's 2 guys in this room that we can cross over. Alright, got past that one. No. So in order to exploit the pathing AI for this, the guards have to be in a very specific spot. So the way that pathing works, you might have seen the guard go diagonally like twice to get to me. Enemies in this game can only move from the center of each tile here. Okay, got him. Alright. So we had 2 extra fights, so that's not horrible, but that's still pretty bad. Ideally, we would have 0 of them. But this is the only required fight in the dungeon. We're just going to dash backwards, do that, and then one-shot him. So we got we've actually gotten crits on all of these fights so far, which is really nice. They would otherwise be a lot longer fights. All right, so there we learned that the jail cell was locked. So we got to head on out, and as it just so happens, 10-year-old Mayor is here for us. And that's that dungeon done. So I'm not sure how well I did on that dungeon in the splits I'm comparing against here. I probably made up a bit of time. Alright. So that was one of the more difficult dungeons in the game, execution-wise. There's one more difficult one later in terms of like movement tech. Towards the end of the game. There's 2 dungeons that have a ton of combat in them, where you just have to know the strats for those. And that's also way later. For the most part, we're good for a bit, execution-wise. So there's some more plot. We broke out of jail. We brought Worst Girl with us, and we reunited with Best Girl. But oh no, the frame rate has caught fire in the game, and everything's red. This is supposed to be a 60 FPS game, and it's cranking along. So you can see why emulator is about 15 minutes faster than console, because emulator doesn't properly do all the slack. Even the emulators are supposedly like console perfect and precise, like Mednafin. They don't get the lag right in this game. Alright, so the whole town is on fire, and surprise, it's because of the cult. This is supposed to be 60 FPS. And now we head on in here to one of the best cutscenes in the game. So I also have the Japanese version of this, which is called Granstream Denki. This cutscene coming up here is much, much different than the Japanese version. So I'll tell you about the differences once you see it. But first, just take this in as I rest my hands.
There can be no mercy for barbarians who take children as hostages.
No!
Arcia, get out of my way!
There has to be a non-violent solution to all of this.
Don't be so naive. This blade will do the talking for me.
Arcia!
Blood is the blade's language.
Alright. So in the Japanese version of the game, Arcia grabs that dagger and doesn't make a single sound. She just grabs it and says, "No, we need to talk this out." So that has much different meaning to that and how big of a badass Japanese Arcia is. She's still not best girl in the Japanese version, but she's just stone cold in the Japanese version. Alright, good night, Skinny. Alright, so this is about as thrilling as this part gets. We walk up some stairs for about 5 seconds, and then a cutscene plays. And then we do it again. So the bad guys in these scenes are the dudes with hats. That's how you can tell who the evil people are in these cutscenes. They're very angry at the people who don't have hats on. I know, hats, right? I guess those are more like caps. Sure. Alright, here we go. Here's some more gameplay. Are you ready for this? Boom. Look at that. Berets? Are there? Well, those I don't know. If they have like the front part that kind of sticks out, isn't that more like a cap? And berets have like the thing right there. So this guy doesn't have a hat, so he's gonna get it for not having a hat. Boom. How's that for an answer? No hat, no problem. Alright, here's some more thrilling gameplay. We went right into this door. And then right up into this ladder. Okay. And now I'm back to skipping text. So it looks like I am going to lose a little bit of time. Because my split for this one is when... Oh, you'll see. Oh, you'll see. Why is this not okay? I was still mashing there, believe me. I think the game just kinda hitched. Alright. So I lost a little bit of time because I think I got into an extra fight compared to my PB. Alright, so I split when the kid gets thrown off the tower. Alright, so kid definitely had a bad time there. He got thrown off of a tower by a man in a hat who no longer has a hat. He's now a wizard. No Onimaru is roughly 40 to 50 minutes longer. 40 to 50 minutes longer. That's how much longer fights take and boss fights. Alright, so that kid got thrown off the tower so hard, he turned into a bed. Yes, it is, tomorrow. Tomorrow's recording is also commentary. Gonna be 8 hours of me talking, rather than 4. Get ready. Alright. Are you ready for some more anime? I hope so. Because I get to rest my hand for 20 seconds.
All of this trouble is my fault.
Yep, tomorrow's forklift day.
True.
Huh? Ian!
Arcia, you can't blame yourself for all that's happened.
It is my fault. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't even help one child, let alone save the world. Oh,
You did what you could. Don't torture yourself over things that cannot be controlled.
Thank you. Your hands, their warmth feels so good.
It feels so good. If I screw up my run, do I have to redo my commentary? I'm not going to screw up the run. Don't worry about it. I'm a Granstream expert and the world record holder. Don't worry about it for a single second. Actually, you'd be surprised how many people actually watched the whole 8 hours of Shenmue 1. Especially the people who stick around to see how well the final fight goes in Shenmue 1. Because it's usually hilarity what happens at the end of Shenmue 1 runs. Especially good runs. And it's even better when I'm playing 2 games at the same time. Which is what tomorrow's going to be. Or today. I guess we're technically starting it today. It is 3 in the morning. Alright. The Great Chai. You know? Well, it's not only Chai, it's Assless Chaps Man. Assless Chaps Man is also a problem. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, stick around for the last hour of the Shenmue 1 run. Final Fantasy 12? Alright, I'll get right on that, Pitted. I wonder if anybody is actually... Actually, I think somebody did submit it already. The submission thread's on SDA. If you just check there, it's all public. I think somebody might have submitted it already, though. I don't know. So here's some more plot. The evil cult is still being evil. And they're about to summon the evilest dude. This is Spatula Hand Man. Look at those spatula hands. You could also use Phillips head screwdriver hands. Or, no, flathead screwdriver hands. I will not be doing my... I will absolutely be doing a bathroom break in Shenmue 1 at least. In this, I'm trying my very hardest not to take one in this one. We'll see how that goes, though. Because there has been precedent at Limit Break for somebody else to just mash the controller while the runner was in the bathroom. And the part where I normally take a bathroom break, you can get past that whole part for like 4 straight minutes just by mashing the controller, or just mashing the X button. So if it comes down to it, we could do that too. And then for Shenmue, there are multiple parts of that where there are 0 inputs needed for large stretches. Alright, so now we're back in the Kell Secret Cavern. This time we mean business. And ideally I don't get into any fights here. There are 1 or 2 places where it's more likely to get into one. But if I do everything right, we won't get into any fights until the required ones later. So here we need to make our way all around this big cave to the exit in the upper right-hand corner. Do some plot business. And then make our way all the way back. Alright, which side is he on? So because that dugong was heading downwards, I took the top way down, otherwise I would have gotten into a fight there. Here's another spot where you could easily get into a fight with that giant enemy crab. Luckily, I very narrowly managed to not get caught here. So this is a required battle with Sorcerer. This guy can be a huge jerk. Hopefully he is not one. You'll see why these guys are jerks. Because they can teleport. Oh god. And they have a shield that they can put out. Luckily this actually went okay. I'm actually okay with how that went. Alright, so now we gotta make our way out again. The giant enemy crab is still going to be angry with us. Okay, we made it. Sometimes that guy just doesn't de-aggro, and he can be a real jerk, but that time it was fine. Alright, there I hesitated for a second to make sure the dugong was out of my way. And then here, that one is very much out of our way. This one can sometimes be an issue. That was fine though, because we got him with the crossover. This one I can despawn by doing this. Alright, well this worked anyways. So if that thing is moving left or right to left, I can despawn it. But that went fine. This one I hold up and left, and then go around here, and you can just squeeze past that giant enemy crab. Am I gonna submit for Californiathon? I might submit this. I don't know. I have a few things I could do for that one. I don't know what their cutoff is going to be for long games, but I'll definitely at least attend Californiathon, and I'll do my best to try and get a run in. Alright, so we picked up a crystal from that sorcerer. We put it in this spooky skeleton head, and that unlocks this door. The door I'm about to go through here is one of the weird ones in the game that doesn't line up properly. So here we're entering the door from the north. We're going up into the door. Usually you'd have to hold up to keep going where you're going. In this one you hold down for whatever reason. Because, I don't know. For whatever reason, you have to hold down through that door. It's the only door in the game. You have to pay for parking. I think parking's free. You can probably go to their website and it'll probably say something about parking. As I'm pretty sure they have a website. Alright. So here's some more plot. We talked to that skull and it said something about, are you courageous? We are courageous, so it led us into this sealed off room. Where some more plot is happening. It's kind of a communal thing. You could probably just tweet the Californiathon Twitter account, and they'll probably get back to you. Because the dude in charge monitors that account. Alright, this is my favorite, one of the favorite seasons of the game. This is the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. Alright, so there's Kool-Aid Man. He doesn't need doors. Just like Kool-Aid Man. Alright, and now we're moving on after this, after I master all this, to the second part of the dungeon, which is way easier than the first one. I don't really need to heal here. Because of new strats. So I'm going to be holding down and left, and I'm going to hope that the wizard on the next screen is not on the bottom of the screen. If he is, that's a problem. If I can get past this wizard here, then we're good for the rest of this until the boss, and even then, the boss is easy. So this one screen right here is the only... Okay, good. We're good. So I need to get on this when it's yellow. And then we go up here, fight this guy. So for this, these guys blow up when you've defeated them. And it knocks you back. You'll see right here, it's blown up. And it actually actively pushes you back. And because battles take place on the game field, there's another Fruit of Venetawa. It puts you farther away from where you want to be. So the optimal place to be there is in the right side. Okay. So we head north here, around this guy. We talk to her. I don't need to save that crystal, or heal at that crystal just yet. I will on the way back, just in case something goes real wrong in the next fight. Just a little bit of safety. As it doesn't take long to heal. And I'm absolutely not going to get hit in this fight. So one of the downsides of speedrunning this is that we're skipping a lot of weapon and armor upgrades and magic and health upgrades. Since we have Onimaru, that's not as big of an issue as it normally would be. It is in the no Onimaru run, but not in this one. So this is actually going to push us towards the door. And closer to where we want to go. But continuing that previous thought. Because we're not upgrading our armor, we take a lot more damage from everything. So it's really important that you not get hit by anything. Alright, so that gave us all of our health back. That's the save crystals, what the green ones are. The red ones are teleport crystals. So now here's some more traps. That spooky priest lady is making us fight. So for this one, we want to get on the bottom edge of the screen, so that this pushes us towards the bottom at the end of the fight. So it is possible to crit these, but it hardly ever happens. Nah, it'll be okay, Pitted. I'll be there. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Alright, so for this one, I need to make sure to say no to the next thing, and then I can continue mashing everything else. So once she turns around to talk to me, I need to start mashing no instead of everything else. Leveling up doesn't do anything. Hardly anything. It gives you a little bit more HP, but that's it. Alright, so right here we need to say no to this. Otherwise, you lose like 10 seconds. Because it doesn't do anything. Alright, so now we got the Levante boss fight coming up with Mr. Spatula Hands. Depending on RNG, this fight could go really well or just take longer. So there are going to be 4 circles in the corners of the arena. We do not want the boss to get inside one of those circles because he'll start casting magic, and when he's casting magic, he's invincible. And all you can do is just wait it out. Alright, get a second to rest my hand here. Okay. So you're going to see 4 circles in the corners of the room. We just need the boss to not get to the center of one of those circles. And usually that doesn't happen anymore, because we've gotten so much better at fights. Alright, so here's Spatula Hands. And looks like we made up time here. Alright, so I'm going to rush him down and just try to stun lock him if I can. Well, there's some magic. Okay, well now they're stuck in the corner. No big deal. You can't escape from here. Okay, so I lost 5 seconds there. Well, it's fine. If you're not going to go, then that's unfortunate. But I'm going to go. Most of the planning I've seen for it, none of it has seemed not classy to me. Let's put it that way. Alright. That's unfortunate. Wait, I'm in a video? Wait, did they put me in the promo video for it? I didn't actually watch the promo video. I guess I am in the Twitter Illuminati group. I haven't posted in there, but... Alright, sure. Oh, it shows Twitter. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I'm in the Twitter Illuminati group, so that makes more sense. All right, so what we did there was we defeated the evil sorcerer guy, and let's see here. What after? So there's more plot. It's weird in this screen. We have camera control. By the way, you can spin the camera in this game. We just never do it. Because it's easier to do this just facing north all the time. But you do have the option to spin the camera if you want to. Alright, get to rest my hands a little bit. Okay, so this is the screen where things can go real wrong. Alright, we did it. I hit down and then the X button. Believe it or not, for whatever reason, on that map screen, it accepts inputs before the game wants you to do anything, and it can spin the map around and pick the wrong thing for you. And if, for example, you go back to the Icy Corridor or back to the Heresy Cave, you're just going to lose all the time. So, Afto is still a bed with a head on it. That's still a thing, but he will get better at some point. Probably. He did get thrown off a tower. And this is still supposed to be 60 frames per second. It's still very much not. So, I talked earlier about the early routes for this game. For a while, I thought that you had to go to the church here and go actually sit through the funeral before the game would let you leave. Because I trusted an FAQ on GameFAQs, but as it turns out, you could just leave. So I'm not sure if Ed thought that too, or if Ed's the one who told me you didn't have to do that, but you don't have to do that. And that saves like a minute by not doing that. Okay, so now we're done with Aqua, so that's 2 continents down. Off to the third one, which is Vulcos. In the Japanese version, Vulcos is called Burnin. B-U-R-N-I-N apostrophe. Because the Japanese version is so good. And then here there's a whole bunch of just plot stuff before we can do anything. Alright. So the gimmick for Vulcos is that there is a big volcano on the very center of this floating continent. And if the continent tips because there are people on it, the lava that's inside the volcano will spill out and kill everybody on the side that's heavier. So they have to regulate how many people are, or how heavy things are, and how heavy people are on each half of the continent. So that means in here, the party has to split into 2. Because this is the way station at the middle of the continent. It's pretty anime. Yeah, pretty much. Where does the volcano come from? It can stay hot for a while, right? The volcano stays hot for the same reason that there's obsidian in the water continent. Because magic. Alright, so we need to pick up 5 rocks to balance out the weight of our 2 waifu companions. You play this game? Oh man. The Granstream Saga Speedrun community keeps a watchful eye out for Granstream Saga Let's Plays on Twitch. Just in case somebody gets stuck and needs some help. Not at all looking for new strats that are occasionally found by Let's Players. That's not at all the reason why we stalk Granstream Let's Players. Wait, did I say stalk? That's mostly it. Alright, so now we have some totally 60 FPS plot development here. Of two waifus asking around for the wise men in the village here. It's pretty exciting. Well, this is the only land available to live on. There is big-ass ocean, and there are floating continents. They can't exactly live on the ocean. Hey, Zayu, yep. Zayu is one of the recipients of the Granstream Saga Speedrun Community Bump. But yeah, essentially, if you want a analogy for the plot of this game or what's going on, it's just like global warming and nuclear war all happen at once. And now it's just ocean and floating stuff with magic. It's essentially Skyrim with guns, in summary. Well, that lava, you'll actually see pretty soon what the lava's up to. It's up to no good. Yeah, he's got the mask. The mask technically isn't a face, so it's safe. Alright, we can control the character soon. Get hype. Alright. I'm gonna talk to this guy. We're gonna talk to this guy. We're gonna talk to this girl. We're going to talk to... not that girl. Talk to this girl. We're gonna talk to this guy. And that'll let us in here. Okay. Did you notice all that hot gameplay that just happened? That's the most gameplay that's going to happen for a bit here. So they're still asking around the village where the wise man is. This is the elder who rules the whole continent, or the mayor. He's kind of a jerk. This is probably the jerkiest character in the game besides the final boss. Which you'll see why in a couple hours, why the final boss is a jerk. But this guy is the second biggest jerk. But weight's on the other side? Well, space is really limited.
I must be imagining it, but I thought I saw that cloud move like some kind of a ship.
Gandor!
Huh?
It's the Vanel closing at 3 o'clock!
The Vanel?
Enemy approaching, all weapons hot and at the ready. I've got them in my sights, ready to light them up at your command, sir.
Maintain speed. Activate disruptor torpedoes.
What's he doing out here?
Fire!
This is on PlayStation 1. Well, the game is PS1, the console I'm playing it on is a PS2. So I can capture this in component. Fire! Well, in the anime, the spread out huts are spread out. In the totally real, to scale and accurate 3D models of the village, they're relatively close. They need room to breathe. You can't just put rocks there. It's their right as faceless citizens. They've got it hard enough, they don't have faces. If you start making them crowd together in there on one side of the continent, then it's just going to be madness. RPG limit break hype video? No, we were talking about the California-thon hype video. If that's what you meant. Hey, Bunny. Good morning. How am I and my kitty? I'm doing fine. My cats are fine. They're normal. I gave them some catnip this morning, and they attacked each other more than usual. So I should probably not give them catnip in the morning. Alright, are you ready for some more anime? By the way, I had control there. Did you see? I had control there for all of 3 seconds. Any Illuminati content? No, not really. Not that I've seen. There's a billion messages in that that Twitter group, though.
Whoa! What happened? The continent's tilting!
You hear about it? A giant ship just landed here!
Huh?
We better go check it out.
Yeah!
What's going on here?
Gandor asked me to check on you.
Ah!
Be careful!
Laramie!
Don't worry, I'll be all right. Don't you let Arcia out of your sight.
Gandor!
What are you doing on Vulcos?
Eon, Slazers fired a disruptor torpedo into the volcano from Vanel.
Huh?
This eruption will flood both towns below with molten lava. We've got to try to save at least one of them.
One is giving you your cats. Don't you already have a cat? And a rabbit? Alright. Check out all this hot gameplay I'm doing here. So the strat here is to actually do nothing. What he said to do is, man, you need to go save everybody from the village. They're all gonna die. You need to go save all of them. There's a guy right there in the lower right. You can see him just standing there. It's actually slower to save people in the village. So what we're gonna do here is stand in the entryway to this house. Because I pointed out a few times during this run that this game is supposed to be 60 FPS. It's more like 20. When you move around, the frame rate dips even further down. Oh, you never... Oh, it's probably Anthem pick up then. Sorry. My bad. We'll go get another cat then. You don't need mine. Let's go down the shelter. Go find a kitty. But anyways, if I move around here and actually save villagers, it slows down the game and the section takes longer. So this part took exactly 60 seconds from when I got control here. And it's actually faster to not do anything there, because the game doesn't slow down. That's also a part where I normally take a bathroom break, but because I'm doing this for marathon commentary, I need to show that even though I am an old man who literally has a cane right over there, I can make it through a speed run of this without going to the bathroom. So even if I did right here, you wouldn't be able to tell because the camera's right here. You'll have to take my word for it. Alright, so like a torpedo was fired into the volcano and that caused it to blow up something. And then let's see, what happens next? Oh yeah, the village gets wrecked. So here's, I mentioned before, like, an hour ago, we actually route out the magic usage in this game. Just use a can. I don't really have a can. I have a big recycling can, but come on. Come on. Let's be real here. So, they no longer have to worry about people going between the villages, because the volcano already kind of ruined half of the island. Whatever this is. So we're going to head over to the other side and do some plot development. So we have just enough money at this part of the game to buy some items. So we're going to do that. This is the only time in the game where we actually buy items. So first we're going to go get some hidden money here. 500 gems. We need to get some sulfuric acid from this guy for plot later. And then we're also going to get a large MP potion. this one. Okay. So the sulfuric acid we need for plot stuff later, and the MP potion we'll also use later to do some warping. Talk to Arcia here. She gives us a dagger, which we'll never use. You might have seen there for a frame that it gave us button inputs to do. We're not going to use those button inputs for that move, because you can only use it with daggers, but we will see that later. And that's how we kind of break the boss fights in this game. I need to take this. We're going to talk to Geinster. He's going to be our bro later in the game. He tells us that we need to go to the caves, because our waifu is missing. Laramie is missing. We need to go find her. So now we're off to the second most input-intensive and skill-intensive dungeon in the game. The lava caves. Okay. So in this one, there's a ton of battles to avoid. I think I've gotten through this once or twice without getting into any extra fights. It's very difficult to do, though. Also, because if you're like doing emulator practice for this, the timings are different on emulator than they are on console. So the only way to properly practice this on console is to just have a save file here and practice this on console. Because all the cycles are different. Alright. So I had to reset that guy. And then that's fine. You do not ever want to get into a fight with the giant enemy crabs. Those things block all the time, and they have a ton of health. Alright, so here's another one of those sections where we're going to do a sneeze. Okay, got him. So that one has 6 LP bars on its life. So we have to hit it at least 6 times to kill it, and it takes forever. So that was good. We got him into the sneeze motion, which is where he did the thing with his claws. And that let us pass by him. This one has a double sneeze. Go like that. Okay, and it turned around. That's fine. I need to do a different setup on the way back out. We're going to talk to this guy. But right there, I got the Windbuster attack that came with the Valhalla sword. So that sword is something that I have never gotten in previous runs. Got him. Alright, so even though that took a while to get him to sneeze there, we still got past him. Because even doing a long setup for that one, we could still just roll past him. So here's another sneeze on this one. The setup for this one's slightly different. We made it. Okay, so far this has been perfect. Okay, so there's 3 more to skip for this one. This one we skip like this. This one is the hardest one to skip. And he got us. Alright. Yeah, this game has level ups, but they're worthless. Okay, so that's what I just did there. That is what we're going to use to completely break the game later. That thing where I did the purple attack. We didn't know that was a thing until we had already run the game for months and months and months. And I was actually routing 100% for this game. We need to use this, and we need to use this. So this one we're going to dodge up. Next one, dodge whichever way works. That works. Okay, that should work. This one is the hardest one to dodge here. Sometimes I can get into warp away. That one wasn't working though. And we gotta fight. Yeah, mobile almost never shows the full title. But yeah, I actually always have the title to my stream and what I'm doing at the very top. So we got 2 extra battles there, that's not good. They didn't take super long though, so that's that'll work. No, Bunny, I made the thing at the top of the screen so that even mobile users can see what I'm doing. I always put what I'm currently doing in the thing here. It'll show up eventually what I'm doing. So I lost a bit of time here. There's 2 extra battles, but it happens. If I had gotten into a giant enemy crab battle, I would have lost even more time. So this is fine. And the estimate I have for this also takes into account getting into quite a few extra battles, because it can happen. So a conservative estimate for the way this game would be timed would be a 3:55. And that's if, like, everything just goes wrong. Alright. So I mentioned earlier that, there we go. Wait, that still says Galarians. Oh wait, no, that's, yeah, disregard that. It's the thing that says, right after it shows the votes here, it should say what we're currently on. Or no, after donations. Alright, so I need to talk to the mayor here. And then we're gonna see the best misspelling in the whole game. Oh yeah, I also have a bot command for what's tonight. Alright, so get ready for this. So, you should probably go speak to your doctor if your basement is secreting. Alright, so here's another part that's more difficult than it really should be. We're gonna go for the MLG book reading. Okay, we did it. In there. Alright, so here's the Stalagamite castle. This, Vulcos has by far and away the most, like, translation errors. Alright, so this is not how you spell stalagmite, by the way. Also, the bird being sideways is actually intended. And now the bird doesn't have a shadow anymore, because of course. Of course. Alright, so coming up here is one of the trickier fights in the game. It's actually realistically one of the last places that you could die. We just hope it doesn't go real wrong. It could happen though. Alright. So we gotta make sure to go down on the 3rd pillar here. Get this thing. Copy this. What's even going on in the Granstream Saga? That's what's going on. We're gonna copy this thing. We're gonna go over 2 to the right. And use our sweet copying power to have another thing here. If you're doing a speedrun of this and you see a speedrunner get the lightning spell here, then feel free to mock them, because that means they forgot which room they were in. Alright, good luck, have fun, buddy. So right here, we hold down and spam the X button. Get into this thing. Alright, so this is Ricky McDaniel. That is the name of this monster. This is the last, like, dangerous fight in the game. Got him. Alright. So I was just waiting for him to become vulnerable there, and then just one-shot him. Alright, so we got Ricky. So, pro tip for this area, if you head left, like the game assumes you should, there's 3 battles. If you head right, there's 0 battles. You can just go this way. So skip all of those. You'll have to fight a whole bunch of Ricky McDaniels if you go right or go left. So just head right and go around that way. Same deal here. If you head along the bottom section to the right, you're gonna have to fight 3 fights. If you go this way, there are 0 fights. Same deal here. And now we're going to see... It's Evil Zerus. Alright, so you might have seen here, the name for this guy is Zerus. Z-I-R-U-A-S. Zerus. That's how they spell it in this, and when you talk to him in the volcano place. Remember that. Keep that in mind. They spell it with a Z, or Z, if that's how you mispronounce Z's. Now we're done with this area. I don't need to heal here. And here's the first time we're gonna use that, the red crystals. These just teleport us out. Also important to remember here that when you use those, it doesn't teleport you to the map screen. It teleports you to the entrance to the dungeon. So I've accidentally walked right on that screen before, and you have to go through that loading zone twice if that happens. It's just a dumb 10 seconds. Alright, so recall how I pointed out how Zerus' name was spelled, right? Well, look at this. Gilius's. Sure. So that plus the Pixim Pixim thing from earlier in the game makes me suspect that there are multiple translators on this game, or one real bad translator. That just happened to translate separate things into different, or the same thing twice. I don't know. All I know is they goofed real bad with the translation. Alright, so this is, we're talking about plot stuff, about, there's a ultimate evil being that's being made in that castle there. It's like biological experiments with magic and Heirlim and all that business. That was carried out by this guy and his evil twin. This guy's an evil twin that's magic somehow. This guy has a beard though, so he's got more face than most. So, at that point in that cutscene, he asked for a bottle of sulfuric acid. But at this point in the game, we already have one, because we bought it when we first came to this area. So we just give it to him there, and then he says, we talk to him again, and he says, yeah, we'll come back later. So that's what we'll do. So in order to trigger the next thing, we just have to go over and talk to Laramie over here. Pretty easy. Why isn't he going? What? Okay. He put his arm up like he was going in the door, but didn't actually go in the door. That's a new one. I know, right? Well, his parents probably could have been able to tell that it was evil because he's like bright green, as opposed to the not bright green of not evil Xerus. They probably knew right off the bat that this kid was up to no good. Alright, so now we go back to the lab, talk to Xerus again. He gives us a dissolvent. I don't think that's actually a word, but that's what they call it in the game, a dissolvent. And then once we're done with this, I'm mashing the square button to Heirlim return. Alright, good night, Bloodite. So this is one of those occasions where we could save a ton of time by using this instead of running out. And we have to have rationed our magic for this. Alright, so now we're back to the Stalagamite castle. And here's another section that has some precise movement through the dungeons to skip some fights. You'll actually see them as I'm skipping them. Okay, gotta make sure not to go in that door. We're actually going into this one. You absolutely need to get your health back before going into this area, because the next boss, Heirlim, is actually a problem most times. It's the hardest fight in the game. So right here is where we're going to skip a fight, right there. By waiting for it to go back down, and then we'll skip it like that. This one we skip along the left side. We're going to use this acid solution. Hey, Orange. And that opens up that. So there's no fights to skip here. We just go along here, go down to this door. And then we have 3 required plot fights to do against Ropers. So Ropers are one of the more annoying fights to do, because they have a lot of different patterns they can do. Ideally, I just crit them or one-shot them with the special, but timing that is very hard to do. I'm going to do my best to one-shot them, though. So those are Ropers. We gotta fight 3 of them before that door opens. Oh no, I got turned around. Alright, that's not good. Alright, so for this I want to get it stuck in the corner. And then just do that. So if I wasn't like turned the wrong way at the start of the fight, I would have just one-shot it. Like that. That is how powerful that attack is. And in order to do that, it's just a fireball motion, by the way. Okay. So we're going to be doing a lot of that against most of the enemies in this game. Hey, Tack. So now that we took out 3 of those, we can continue on. So there's another enemy to dodge at the very south end of this this hallway here. It's another one of those occasions where you need to hesitate for a second. Actually, no. You can just do this. I forgot. We still made it past it. It's actually the next one that we have to hesitate on. So there's 2 more fights to avoid here. This one's the one you gotta wait on. Right here. Okay, this one you hug the left wall past it. Okay. And then we're on to the boss. Okay, so the boss, Heirlim, is a real jerk. There's 2 phases to the fight. The first phase, you can't do damage to it. The only way to advance past this first phase is to either hit it 8 times with your sword, I think it is, or get hit yourself twice by the boss. Whichever one ends up being faster, that's the one you want to go with. It used to be very risky to get hit by the boss here, because the boss used to be more of a problem. It's not a problem anymore, as much. So for marathon safety, I'm going to try to not get hit here. So I want that 3 things health. If I was doing like a world record attempt, serious world record attempt, I just would have gotten hit twice. But I wanted that extra 1 LP. Because you'll see once we get into the fight that this boss is a real jerk. We got a whole bunch of plot to spam through here. This is Xerus or Julius, or a beard guy. He's essentially saying, oh no, Eon is fighting the incredible, invincible life form. And there's nothing he can do right now. So he heads off to confront his totally evil twin. So they're gonna divide by 0 here pretty soon. So there's evil Xerus. Doesn't look evil, look at that portrait. They're gonna do the fusion dance and divide by 0, and that will weaken the boss enough to let us actually fight it. It's right here. They divide by 0. Okay, so the strat for the boss coming up here. I need to hesitate for about a second, and then run up to in front of the boss and do the combo attack. Because there's a very brief period of time where you can actually damage the boss before it puts up its little shield thing. Didn't time it right. Alright. So I need to wait here until the boss puts its claws up. Alright, this is bad RNG here already. You can see this frame rate is pretty incredible. Come on. We're getting such bad RNG here. There we go. So this fight, if everything goes well, can either take like 20 seconds, or it could take like 5 minutes. We're just getting horrible RNG right now. Our horrible RNG continues. Oh my god. Alright. So there goes that gold split. Lost 45 seconds to bad boss RNG. And if you think that's bad, wait till you see the final boss. Final boss is special. It's quite special. Okay. So luckily I didn't have to use any healing items there. And we didn't get knocked down too much. It was just a whole bunch of going in circles around the boss. But there's not much I could do about that. The way to mitigate that in a casual playthrough is you can use magic on it to just shoot it when you're far away. But if you get up close to it, it'll just put up the 3 claws things, and you can't do any damage to it. From what we've been able to find, the enormous 2-person Granstream Saga speedrun community has not found a consistent way to do that very well. Who knows? Maybe you could help us out with it. Alright, so now we go back to the lab and do some more plot development. And yeah, the frame rate on that fight on console is real good, right? On emulator, it's actually pretty smooth for that. But on console, it's It's like 10 FPS. Like we're playing an N64 game. Alright, so we returned to the lab there and informed our waifus about the demise of weird guy, who I already forgot the name of. And now we're still stuck. We still don't know who the wise man is here. And we just need to continue our mission. Now that the town is relatively safe from the ultimate life form, that won't wipe everybody out. So we need to go look for the wise man. Hi, Boxlers. Alright, so this is another part that is really tedious and kind of unnecessary. So we gotta talk to Gaines. Talk to him once. Only once is all you need. And then you go up and talk to a completely unrelated dude up here in the corner. And this guy says, hey, you should probably talk to Gaines. So let's go do that. Let's go talk to the guy who we already talked to. Again. So we just need to talk to Gaines about one thing, and he essentially says, I don't know. And now, we go talk to some more seemingly unrelated NPCs. We talk to a boy in front of Mayor's house, who says, you should probably talk to Gaines. And then, we go talk to his father, the elder in the village. And, the elder says, you should probably talk to Gaines. So, let's actually take their advice. Let's talk to Gaines again. That sounds like a good idea. Most of the village says talk to Gaines, so let's do that. And now we have to talk to Gaines about all of his dialogue options. Okay. We did it. We talked to Gaines. Okay. So I have enough MP left to do one more cast of Heirlim Return. Here is not where you use it. So Gaines just said we need to go back to Stalagamite Castle because there's magic stuff there for us. But we'll just walk out there. We're saving that last warp for a point coming soon, where we'll save slightly more time by using it. But not much, just slightly more. So here we hold right. So another like speed tech related thing for this game is during load zones here, where it's showing the title of the area you're in, you can actually move the second that the text starts fading away. So if you know exactly which way to start walking every time for every single screen, you could potentially make up a second from every single person who doesn't do that for every screen. And since there's quite a lot of load zones in this game, that's a lot of time you can make up. So I healed at that crystal there because that's like the most convenient place to get our health back along the way, as we need to save our healing item and our MP for later. So we got the lifting verse from that stone thing there, and now we're just heading back to town to Arcia to actually do the lifting verse, because only waifus can lift continents, apparently. Alright. Back into the secrete basement, where we talk to waifu. Somebody's waifu, not mine. Alright, this is going to disappoint Pro Gaming with Ed, because their hands touched, and that's lewd. But that's just how it worked out. Normally you talk to them from a different angle. Also, you might have seen there for a frame, it actually relocated the characters before the camera angle switched. Alright, so here's the lifting verse that she does. And I'll be able to rest my mashing hands for about 10 seconds coming up here. So we've been going for 2 hours and 10 minutes. For, let's say, a total of 3 minutes out of those 2 hours and 11 minutes, I haven't been mashing non-stop on the controller. So if you want to speedrun this game, you have to be able to mash on a controller with 4 fingers, at least, for almost 4 hours straight. It ain't easy. Alright, that's all the break I get. Alright, so I mentioned I saved a warp. Here's where we're gonna use it. Because we just need to head back out to the outside area to Heirlim. And it will skip 2 load zones if I use the warp here, as opposed to the 1 load zone I would have skipped earlier. Alright, so that is 3 continents saved. There is 1 more official continent left to save. But first... Alright. We did it. I think I split at a different spot when I last did splits for this, so... It's fine. Don't worry about that. We're still on the same pace-ish as my PB, so it's fine. So we're back on the Good again. This is where we saw the anime butt and side boob at towards the beginning of the game. Unfortunately, there aren't any in this section. Sorry to disappoint. This is another one of those sections where we just gotta walk around and talk to people for a bit. You're worried? Oh man. Alright, talk to RCO. We go talk to Gandor. Very important that I do not get anywhere near the chair. If you run into the chair in this room, it wastes like 5 seconds. Good, we did it. Because the chair, like, goes backwards and it knocks you towards the door. I don't know why they did that, but I suspect they put that in there just to, like, stifle speedrunners. Alright. We're making sure to talk to everybody on the ship. We can't get through this area until we talk to everybody on the ship. And have meaningful interactions with them. And meaningful interactions also include talking to a man who is literally asleep. You have to talk to that guy, or else the game will not let you pass this area. Normal run minus the speedrun delta. What? You're gonna have to rephrase that one. Because I have no idea what you're asking.
It's huge!
That water spout came out of nowhere.
Ah! It's the banjo from behind the water spout!
Vangel's firepower, or a sitting duck. I've got to find some way for us to disappear. Give me maximum thrust from all engines on the double. We're going invisible.
You're taking evasive maneuvers behind a thundercloud, sir.
Let them hide. Their feeble attempts to thwart me are useless.
Alright. Break time's over. So that's the banjo. Might have heard from that voiceover. That's where we get the banjo thing. Not speedrun time? Well, like a casual playthrough? Well, if I know. No idea. My guess is probably 7 to 8 hours? That's just a guess, though, because I don't know. We haven't done this one in PS Exploration yet, so I don't have a casual time recorded for this one. How Long to Beat and GameFAQs are very inaccurate for completion times. Like, if you want to see how my times stack up, look up one of the games and how long it took me that I didn't cheat through is the important thing. A game that I beat on my own without trying, without like using cheats or anything, and compare that time to the How Long to Beat survey and the GameFAQs How Long to Beat surveys. Because those sites list like GameFAQs or just get to the credits, start and get to the credits. Those for Metal Gear Solid was I think like 15 to 16 hours is what they listed. I didn't even try to get through Metal Gear Solid quickly, and I beat it in 5 hours. And we went through all the cutscenes. And did a lot of codec calls. So, that, just for example, that was how quickly that one was. Because for sites like that, they even split up the how long did it take you to beat it into just get to the credits, how long did it take you to do a lot of the content, and how long did it take you to do 100% completionist. And those numbers are usually different. So even going by the how long did it take you to just get to the credits times, the times listed on those were like at least 2 times to up to like 5 times in some cases longer than the times that I actually like recorded. So I think a lot of those times are people going like, yeah, it probably took me 10 hours to beat that game, when it probably actually took them like... Alright, this is real bad. It probably actually took them way less. But they're just typing in a number from their dead reckoning. This is real bad. So I'm trying to get the wizard away from that door up top. Okay. It takes forever to fight wizards in this game. So even though that took forever for the wizard to get out of the way, that's still better than fighting the wizard. I still have to get past that wizard on the way out of here too, which can be a problem. But hopefully I can get past him. The wizard respawns anyways. Hey. Got him. Alright, hopefully we can get past the wizard. So we need the west elevator south here. So there is a way to manipulate this guy into letting you through, but it's very hard to do. Same thing for the elevator coming up. You can technically get past the guard that's there with a double sneeze, but it's very hard to do. Alright, check out all the frames per second being rendered here. So there's going to be a dude in the right next to the elevators here. I might just fight him immediately, because this is a guy we have to dodge twice. And if I don't have to worry about him on the way back, then fine, sure. If I get a good pattern for him here, I'll just run past and then try my luck on the way back. But if I get a bad pattern, I'll just fight him. You got a good pattern, okay. Oh, and then we got a bad wizard. Okay, so the wizard saw us, so that means it's likely going to try attacking us on the way back. Got him. Okay. So those fights can be can go real bad as well. All right, so hopefully the wizard isn't onto us here. The west elevator's second option. Alright, so there's a fight coming up here that I can usually skip. Usually is the key word here. Sometimes this the soldier in a room coming up here in the engine room will just not care at all about like loading zones, and he'll just be after you. So I'm gonna hold down and right, and I'm gonna hope for the best to not get caught here. Good. So that guy is after you immediately. So these things, you actually do have to use those. I thought for a brief moment that you could actually skip those, but nope. You gotta do those. You gotta talk to this guy because he tells you how to blow up the ship for whatever reason. Don't know why, but he does. Alright. So, by the way, there is not supposed to be music here. It's just supposed to be that rumbling sound, so don't adjust your volume or anything. Alright, and then we get the little inspection aisle maze. There is one enemy to avoid here. It's a roper that we're just going to sneeze by standing right here. And then when it goes back down, just go like this. Yep. And follow this up, right up through here, go right, up, and then left. And then that's the whole maze. It's relatively easy. This is the engine/torpedo room. For whatever reason, they keep the torpedoes right next to the engine or something. I don't know. It's Granstream, don't worry about it. It's all anime stuff. And then once the sequence starts, I can rest my hands for a bit. There we go. Alright. So west elevator for the next one. And first choice. West elevator, first choice. All options suck? Really? Jeez. You not like light gun games? Alright, here we go. Hey, yeah, if you want to see some hands-free speedrunning, tune in tomorrow. You're gonna see something pretty interesting tomorrow. Well, interesting is relative, but a thing will be happening on the stream tomorrow. Speedrunning thing. I'm mashing for dialogue, but you might as well be mashing all the time, because in order to optimally skip text in this game, you have to be mashing at 7 inputs per second. And if you are stopping and starting only when like dialogue boxes pop up, the odds of you being able to keep up mashing at that speed for at the precisely amount of times is very low. So I just mash for almost all the time. I know that there's some spots where I can't mash, like here, because there's no text boxes here. But for the parts that I know there's going to be text boxes, I'll just be mashing for pretty much the whole time that there's text. Alright, so here we're going back to where our waifu should be, but she's not here. Oh no. Alright, east elevator, first choice for this one. This one we can just mash through. So the L2 button is does the same thing as the X button does, the confirm button. So if you're mashing for confirm, you can actually just mash both of those for some really quick mashing. Alright, so we have one last fight in this area, and then we're smooth sailing for a bit. This fight can occasionally be a problem. Hopefully I won't have to heal here. I just need to not get hit. If I get hit, then I absolutely need to heal. The most health that can be taken off from your own health at once is only 1 LP bar. So as long as you keep some track of your health and have some LP left, at least 1, then you're still safe. That one crit. Good. Perfect. So I don't even have to heal. There is an item in there. Second floor. Briefly explain the SQ4 transition glitch. Despawn the flying robot. We don't actually despawn the robot. What happens there is we do a scene transition at the exact same frame that the robot is also doing its transition, and during that time it doesn't fire on you. So during that one frame, during the game, you're actually safe from being hit by the robot. So that's all that's happening there. Because otherwise you'd have to, like, actually go around stuff and dodge, and you have to know exactly what the timings are of when robots were getting where. But if you know exactly how long down to almost the millisecond when you need to go to the next scene, then you can pretty reliably skip that robot. And that was not found by me, by the way. That was from the tool-assisted speedrun of the game, which if you haven't seen, you should watch, because they also skip the part in the mall where you're running from the sequel police. Now's a good time. I should probably look that up for you. Pass videos SQ. Techno Babylon? I've never even heard of that.
Oh, I'm the one to blame for all this.
You're wrong.
So do the watch on YouTube for that.
Behind the clouds, look! It's the continent, Zapir.
Alright, so that Vangel went okay. I've actually done a Vangel before where I only got into 1 extra fight. And in that one, I got into 2, I think. But it is possible to do that entire last split without doing any extra fights. It's just very difficult to do. Alright, so now that we went through the Vangel, we unlocked access to the 4th and final continent, which is Zapir? Done in-engine? Sure. Well, no, actually, because they have faces in the cutscenes, so absolutely not. Alright, so Zapir is weird. The way Ed, the other runner of this, likes to put it is there's a 420 blaze it barrier around this town that causes everybody inside of it to hallucinate about weird things. Everybody except main character, Eon. So you can see everything's yellow. That is the 420 blaze it barrier in effect. And now we need to go figure out what the hell's going on in this town. Yeah, you missed the end of Alundra. I did not use the cheat sword. I actually already had something better than that sword for the final boss, just I already had it. The cheat sword isn't very effective on the final boss. Alright, so here's the Spirit Shrine. And here's an enormous bird that's going to tell us about stuff. Alright, so enormous bird essentially says that there is a shrine on each of the 4 continents. That has a dragon in it that is sealing away magic on the town. And that town, that magic is protecting this continent from being razed. Or something. Sure. Well, yeah, for the final bosses, by the way, Alundra spoilers right now. For the final bosses, the last like half dozen or so of Alundra, how much HP damage your weapons do is kind of irrelevant, because they have a different way of counting damage on bosses for the last few. Do I play any new games? No, not really. Why would I? I have 600 PS1 games to do. Actually, I did play. I am, I think, an hour or two into a casual playthrough of Undertale, but that's it. That's the only thing I played recently. Alright, so here is one of the ruins. Get used to this song, because you're going to hear it a lot for the next while. So this is the translation spell. We actually need this to progress in the game. Now we're going to head down to the bottom of this tower. Yeah, I generally don't buy new games, because for the price of one new game, I could get at least 6 PS1 or PS2 games. So I don't see I don't have a pressing reason to do that. When I could just get them a few years from now for like 50 cents off of Steam or something. I am perfectly okay not being super up to date with new stuff. Alright, so I had to translate that thing before I could actually interact with it, hence why I said the translation spell is needed to progress. And then that raised up this thing. Yeah, well, there are some exceptions. Not all PS1 and PS2 games are going to be that cheap, but you can get some real good ones for super cheap. Which you will have just as much fun with, or have even more fun with. And some of them might even be good speed games, so for the very low price of a few dollars, you could have a game that you could play for hours and hours and hours and hours. Alright. So now we're about to get to the dragon fight of this ruin. So there's 4 ruins, there's 4 dragons, 1 in each ruin. They're pretty easy fights as long as you get good patterns for the bosses. You can usually get them in 1 to 2. Not like that. Alright. Oh. Alright. Usually, the boss doesn't start off with that attack. Alright, so we'll just do old strats. Alright, that went bad. So for the next one, I gotta do the proper speed strat for it, because that went really bad. Alright. Disregard what happened there. It went fine. Nothing went wrong there. Don't worry about what just happened. Because usually when you run into a boss like that, you just stun them. And then you could just do the combo attack on him. But what happened there was, the boss reared up to do its breath attack, and when it's doing that, you can't actually stun them with your shield. Device, you should know by now, it is less typing for you to just ask my bot if I finished the game than it is to ask me if you finished the game. It is 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 28 less characters you would have had to type into chat to see if I beat Alundra. So this dungeon is different from all the other ones in that it has some weird thing to do with Heirlim, which is the spooky Zordon thing that we've been rolling around in. This part, the Chamber of Birth. So top, left, and right is the order we need to talk to the pillars in. Wait, what? Well, I put those things in there because when I'm doing something like this, like a speedrun, do I really want to have my attention on answering the same questions that could easily be answered by asking a robot? And potentially lose time doing that? Or should I answer the same question that I've answered, I think, 6 times tonight already? And have an unoptimal speedrun? That's one of the reasons why I made this thing at the top of the screen. It's one of the reasons why I made the chat bot. So the questions I normally have to answer many, many, many times during the course of a stream can just be handled by robots. That's the purpose of robots, is making life easier. So I can talk about butts and pizza, instead of the stuff that a robot can answer. Did I beat Alundra? The better question is, did I beat Galarians? We saw some good Galarians gameplay, at least. Alright, so we're done with that ruin. And I'm making up time? How badly did I screw up the Ruins of Earth last time? Oh, I remember. I went to the wrong place last time. I remember what happened the last time I did this. I didn't actually screw up the Ruins of Earth last time. I screwed up something even worse last time. But don't worry about that, RPG Limit Break Selection Committee. Strike that from your mind. I don't need to. Okay, so for this one, you don't actually need to, translate that altar thing. You can just head right into the fight. Okay, perfect. Alright, next is dark blue. We're just gonna hold left. Right into this one. Yeah, he beat Disc 2 of Galarians. Practically like beating game. Oh man, this is going great. The fights are easy if you know how to manipulate them. And that was not easy. So sure, if you know exactly how these fights are supposed to go, and you have this sword, then yeah, they're gonna be easy. But if you don't know how to manipulate him, even having the sword, you're not gonna have a super easy time with it. Man, I'm getting crits on everything. Alright, so here I do need to get my health back. Alright, so that actually went well. The wind shrine, or whatever this is, has a lot of combat in it, but it doesn't have as much as the Ruins of Fire does later. Okay, let's see if we can get the thing. Let's see if we can get the one shot here. Mobile. Alright, so after we beat some of those fights, we have access to some new gear. After we use the tablet on those pedestal things, most of the gear we don't care about though. It's only the armor that we care about, which we will equip after the Ruins of Water coming up. Alright, so the Ruins of Water is very input intensive. Got a very difficult puzzle. Okay. So yeah, that's how well the fights went in the Ruins of Earth. Or the Ruins of Wind. Alright, this one we go this way. Well, actually, some of the new armor that you get gives you greater attack bonuses. Alright, so for this one, the thing says, go in the direction of water counterclockwise. What's the world record for this? World record is kind of weird for this game, because we normally compete on this game on emulator, and I have the world record on emulator for 3:33-ish, 3 hours 33 minutes. I am the only person to do a console speedrun of this, and it's timed a lot differently because there's extra lag. So currently the world record for console is, I think it's C-splits, so 3:49. Why did he not... What the hell? That's a new one. That I've literally never seen before, and that might have screwed up everything. I have never seen that before. Alright. Sure. So he went halfway onto the panel, and then fell off. I didn't think that's even possible. Let's do this one without any weird things. Yeah, now it's a real marathon run. Alright, so this one going up doesn't matter because we gotta wait for this one anyways. He did it again. It's weird. Not that this one matters, because this one is just on a timer, but still. Weird. Alright, and that's all you have to do for this one. We still have to fight the dragon. But that's it for that one. So the Ruins of Fire is the one where you could either save or lose a ton of time. Alright, I'm gonna do the old strats for this one. So that's the old strats. That's actually probably the better way to do the dragon fights. So I'll just do that for the next one. By the way, if you're looking at this right here that says 1 out of 3, that's I have only recently done console runs of this. As far as emulator runs go, God, I've done like what, 20 full emulator runs, which really adds up for a 4-hour game. Alright. So here's where we're gonna equip that armor, because we're gonna need it for the Fire Temple. Alright, so the teleport crystal is the one on the... Yeah, that was a boss. We're gonna fight dragons much later in the game that actually feel like bosses. The Onimaru sword kind of trivializes these ones, but the ones later on, not trivial. So I lost time there because of falling off of the thing. We lost about 8 seconds due to that that thing that never happened before. Alright, so East Room, and we have to do 8 fights here, plus the boss. So you'll see why this is where we can gain or lose a ton of time. Just because how long these fights take. And that's why I equipped this armor. So that we could tank a laser to the face and not lose an LP for it. So that fight went bad. Alright, green to the bottom right. Alright, so there's a strat for this one. The combat area for this is oddly shaped. So for this, I'm gonna talk to that from a weird angle, and this gives us just enough room to do a dash attack at the enemy here. If I had talked to that stone thing from straight in front of it, we would have been too close to the enemy here to do a rush attack at it. So that's going to be the strat for all the corner rooms. So I do these in the order that I do them, because typically you don't need to heal for the first 2 fights. Those are just shield dudes. But if you do need to heal before doing the other 6, the crystal's going to be right next to you. Oh. Bottom left, yellow teleporter now. So the gimmick for this is that you touch one of those pedestals and the entire room, or no, when you enter the room, the whole room flashes a color. And so you need to touch a pedestal in one of the rooms and then go in the corresponding teleporter. So ideally you end one of these fights on the teleporter. That might actually happen here. Okay, hopefully we get teleported right away. No. We got pushed off to the left a bit. Alright, west. Hey, Brad. It's going alright. How about you? Alright, so these guys have a shorter recovery time for their lawn sprinkler attack. So these ones you can't get away with an overhead swing. So I took an extra cycle to take out that one. But so far we've been able to do this without, I think we got hit once. That's pretty good. So this one I believe is a wizard fight. Oh god, come on. There's 2 wizard fights in this area. Oh no, okay, the next 2 are wizard fights. Off to Sweden, nice. Alright, last one. South room, then the red teleport. Yeah, we got a crit on the first hit on that guy. Alright, don't cast shield. Cast shield. Luckily, I got a hit on a crit on the first hit on the wizard. That could have been even worse, but that was still pretty poor. That was a poor wizard fight. Alright, last wizard fight. So the crappy part, the most crappy part about the wizard fights is they could teleport and then just spawn right next to you. And if they do that, you can't stun them with the dash attack. And then usually they'll just block you if you just try to hit them. So you have to back off and then try to stun them. Yellow is the fastest I've ever done that particular section. It's called a gold split. That also could have been better. So we're likely going to lose some time on this one. Yep, that was a dragon. What we got? We got 2 minutes here. Actually, this might be... We might still be slightly ahead. So here's where I think we get a sword. I think it's either the sword or the shield here. So if we're doing no Onimaru runs, which is a different category for this, I would actually do these dungeons in a different order. Because I want to get the sword upgrade here first, before I did this one. Okay. So we would do the one that gave us a sword first. This one gave us a shield, which we don't care about at this point. Alright, so that's all the ruins finished. This is probably the worst part of the game. The worst part of the game I actually have to play. The real worst part of the game is the mining section. But we made it, and we're still ahead on time. Want our health back for a section later. Oh yeah, we made up a ton of time. I'm gonna be like minus 40 here. Okay. Good. But things went real wrong last time I did this, apparently. Alright. Now we go back to the shrine. We're gonna put that stone tablet thing that we got inside here, and then Big Bird's gonna tell us about anime plot stuff. I didn't even register for AGDQ, because I'm not going, so... I figured I wouldn't have to, tell them to withdraw my runs if I just don't register.
For now, the great spirits call!
So hopefully they don't put Daggerfall on there thinking that I'm going, because...
Corky is safe. He has joined me to become Korak. We must warn you creatures of the corporal worlds. Powerful spirit forces are in alignment. You must leave this land.
So I don't know. I don't think they even go through the waitlisted runs and go, oh, this runner didn't register, and then remove you from the waitlist. It appears they didn't do that. Who knows? I'll keep an eye out to see if Daggerfall ever gets put up to accepted or something. Well, yeah, they still have it waitlisted, and I'm not going to spend $1,200 for a waitlisted run to go. Or a maybe if there's time, possibly maybe. We went over this weeks ago. Alright, so here's Laramie. She's kind of freaking out. So recall that the 420 Blaze It barrier that was up around town. By placing that stone tablet thing, it got rid of the Blaze It barrier. So some of the people in town came back to their senses. Alright, so we talk to Arcia. And we head on out.
Hey, you got a nice duck there.
Thank you for the $5, Monkey Bread. Alright. Keep being my morning entertainment, you rock, bud. Good luck on the run. Thank you, Monkey Bread. Alright, talk to Laramie. Head on out again to another incredible scene from the Granstream Saga. I call this one Laramie Flips Out. Alright. Enjoy this one.
Don't come.
Laramie.
Everyone's gone, and now Arcia's in serious danger. How could this happen? What are we going to do? Oh, Eon, I'm so confused. You must go to her. You must save Arcia.
Laramie, I'm going to stay right here and make sure that you're safe.
And then, when your job's done, you'll be able to rush right over to Arcia's side where you wish you were right now. Oh. I'm sorry, Eon. I'm just under such stress.
Just under such stress. Alright, also very important that you talk to Laramie again here. So you just have to keep mashing, get that one text box, and then leave. That's all she requires. So we must go to her. We must go to Arcia. Who's over here, who's still flipping out. Things are about to get even weirder here with Arcia. So this is an actual thing. This is something that happens in this game now. Yep. So, we learned the spell called Genocide. It's a little weird. What the Genocide spell does in the game, it's mostly a plot thing. It costs, I think, almost all of your MP to use. And it will kill any enemy that's just wandering around on the field. Almost any enemy. The ones it can't kill are the ones you have to kill in the speedrun. So now here's the underground graveyard. We'll see the Genocide spell in action later, because it's a plot thing that we have it. Alright, so this is the spooky graveyard. The Wise Man is apparently down here in the graveyard. So we gotta go through this spooky section first. Alright, so in this part, there's a whole bunch of gravestones here. We used to think that it was completely random how this went. As it turns out, there's only 2 patterns to this, and I actually got the good pattern. When we were routing the speedrun for this, we were like stressing out over this, being like, oh man, this is gonna take forever, trying to find the correct tombstones to talk to. And then I just did a little bit of research and then figured out, oh man, there's only 2 patterns for these. And for the most part, it's usually only 1 pattern that you get. So that worked out nicely. Alright, so that's 1 graveyard done. Next up is the Soldier's Cemetery. Oh, you don't like full screen flashing? Well, you're not gonna like this whole area then. Alright. Counterclockwise, starting from the north one. Get the Granstream spell. That could be a marathon safety strat. That would have been previously, but not anymore. There's no reason to get the Granstream spell anymore. Because it doesn't save any time. It used to, until I figured out how to use combos. Alright. So the last time I did this, I also somehow managed to screw this up, so here's another reason why I can make up some time on this. Okay. First try. Alright, so Spooky Ghost Girl wants us to find her mother. And I'm gonna give you a spook warning in advance. This next part's spooky. So, that woman's looking for her daughter. This old man, who's kind of a troll, this one here. See if we got a good spawn. Oh, we got a good one. Alright. Sometimes that guy could just be in the weirdest places. That guy's also looking for his daughter. Yeah, I'll tell you when it gets real spooky. Okay. So if you're easily spooked, you're going to want to shortly, relatively shortly, within the next minute, prepare to, I don't know, gird your loins or something. Alright, right here. Spook warning starts right here. Spook warning continues. Spook warning, threat level red. Right here. Did you find her? Grandma, where's my mother? It's me, after 1,000 years. Okay, spook warning is over. There's nothing spooky left. My apologies if anyone's spooked by that. That was spooky, right? Alright, so that was the wise man. And then he opens up this trapdoor to the next dungeon. But we're not going to go in there yet. First, we gotta talk to waifus. So this is a very important interaction in the game. This is pretty much the last time that we talk to waifus in the game. And they give me good luck charms to remember them by in this meeting here. And they'll be waiting. Actually, no, we're gonna see them later. But it's important we talk to them there. So I made up time here too. So that 30 seconds that I made up there was because I think the Royal Cemetery, I royally screwed it up last time. Alright, so here's Geo. Press F to pay respects for Geo. He's having a bad time on the floor of this fortress. Unfortunately, I can't push Geo. He's too heavy. Okay, so hopefully I can get a... Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, got the security card. Which is this. Oh god, don't use that. There we go. Okay. Alright. So now here is a kind of especially tedious part of the game. So we need to go up here, defeat an enemy in each of these blocks, and then go talk to one of the wise men. What? How did that... What? Okay. That was a little weird. Alright, talk to this guy. Only dodging those wizards is the hard part. Alright, these guys have a weird timing for their, Got it. Okay, so that's the timing. Timing's really hard to get on console. It's a lot easier to get on emulator because it actually runs smoothly. But there is a very, very, very brief window where you can hit them with the combo attack, and it takes off most of their health, but it's very hard to do. Okay, so I need to equip the black armor when I get it, which I think is here. Because it actually gives me a damage boost. Okay, that's not it. That's the sword. I think it's the next one. Is the black armor. That could have gone better. Alright, so here's where we get the black armor. So I don't need to worry about healing unless the next fight goes really, really wrong. Because Because ideally, I won't get into any more fights after the next one until the boss, and there's a free heal before that boss. Alright. Here's where we equip that thing that we got. So the last wise man gives us a, or the next one gives us just a spell, which we don't even care about. The next enemy we fight is a, shit. Not this guy. That went fine, but man. Alright, that's real bad. I fought that guy. You're never supposed to fight that guy. That's the first time I've ever fought that guy. So I was about to mention, our last fight is a black wizard, and they're the worst enemies in the whole game. Because one, it's a wizard fight, and two, these particular wizards are massive jerks. That fight actually went really good though, so that makes up for getting to that fight earlier. Not completely, but it made up for it. Okay, so the area after this is very tricky to do. There is a way to skip a fight in the next area, but it is a one-frame trick that you have to do twice. So it ain't easy. I'm able to relatively consistently do it on emulator. On console, I don't think I've even done it once. Just because of the weird, like, timings and lag on console. But I'll give it a shot. I'm gonna have to do it off the CRT, though. Yeah, speedrun, Zero. Something new on this channel for a change. Alright, so right here, in this next room, this is where the double one-frame trick is. Let's see if I can do it. Got it. Got it. Okay. That's... If I don't get into a battle here, we did it. That's the first time I've ever done that on console. Okay. So that just made up a ton of time on my PB. So there's one more fight in here, but this one is way easier to skip because the guard patrols. Alright, so I want the guard to either... I want the guard to get away from the upper left. Come on, guard. So as long as I don't screw this up too badly, or the final boss trolls the hell out of me, then this will likely be the console world record for Granstream. As poorly as some parts went, this one should be pretty good. I don't know why the sum of bests is 332. I think maybe I copied my my splits from my emulator ones, and that's why the sum of bests is 332. Because it, oh man, it certainly is not 332. Yeah, Kool-Aid Man could not get through that door. Alright, so essentially what this area is we're trying to get to the, like, I think powering this enormous fortress that we're in. And this one door was keeping us out from it. But as it turns out, there's another obstacle. There's an unpowered elevator thing here. And the only way to to solve this problem, well, you'll see. So we gotta talk to Laramie, tell her to get in the elevator, and then we just walk right back up again. Alright. Press F to pay respects for Kool-Aid Man. Because he's about to become a human power cord.
Eon, follow your destiny.
Alright, so rip Kool-Aid Man. His sacrifice will not be in vain. And then Laramie says some stuff here, I forget what. Oh, that's right, there's this... he gave her a dagger. And the thing with the dagger is, as long as his dagger is still intact, I'm still alive. And then, whoops, the dagger broke. Oh no, the dagger. Yep. Eon, follow your destiny. Very important we get our health back here, because this boss can sometimes be a troll, but only sometimes. Alright, so I got into an extra fight in the fortress here, so this could have been even better. But, fine as it is. So, this split could have been even better. So before we knew about the combo that I'm doing here, the button input for the, this thing, this fight used to take, like, 3 minutes. Because, yeah, this boss has a ton of health. Yeah, some parts of that fight didn't go very well. Like, usually I don't even get hit by the laser. The lasers are RNG as well, but when those happen. And there's pretty much nothing you can do about those. Even if you try to damage through them, he'll still always do the laser. But that went fine. So that fight was, what, 1 minute and 6 seconds with the combo. I think our old previous best time without doing that was like 2.5 minutes. So that's how much time saved by doing that combo attack. Alright, now I get to mash text for a while. As opposed to the rest of the 3 hours of this game where I wasn't mashing text. Alright, so now that we beat the thing inside of that fortress, that allows us to use the lifting verse on this continent and save this continent. And then more plot stuff. Alright, so what happens in this next scene here, where Eon is floating through space, essentially what's happening is the wise men are saying, hey, good job. Now go get in your flying ship thing and go kill yourself. I'm not joking. That is actually what's happening here. That is actually the plot for this. The wise men are telling you, in order to actually save the world, we're gonna need you to, 1, go destroy your airship thing, and 2, go kill yourself. This game is pretty weird. And don't worry, it gets worse from here. It gets worse from here. So, you're gonna... Some other plot stuff is gonna happen here. So another thing, in the old route for this, we, you have the option to go talk to waifus again, and both Ed and I thought we had to do that in order to, advance the plot. As it turns out, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. Yeah, so if you think that's weird, with the congratulations, now kill yourself thing, it's gonna get weirder in, like, 30 seconds to a minute. The dank command is only for PS Explosion. So what's actually happening is all the things that people are putting in as dank memes are going into the Galarians thing, and I'm gonna have to go and delete those later. Thanks. I should probably have it so that it doesn't accept dank commands when my stream title doesn't say PS Explosion. That probably would have been a thing I need to do. I'll do that today. I also need to fix this. I have a few things I need to fix tonight after the stream. Alright, so it's about to get weird again. So we talked to Zordon, start our flying thing. And Zordon essentially said, "It's okay, bro. You can just get off of this thing. You don't have to kill yourself." So then everybody's happy. Look at all those happy sprites. We're currently on the enormous flying bird thing. Everything's going great. And then suddenly, orchestral music and anime.
What's happening? Look at the sky! It's gone dark!
Look at that light up there!
What is it?
We're being sucked into it!
Alright. This is where the story gets weird. So you're gonna see, when his anime face pops up on screen soonish, Eon is going to have a mark on his face. Right there. So, we're currently in hell. Literal hell. And as it turns out, we are the literal devil. We've been the demon lord this whole time, and by us saving those continents, we're actually dooming them to be destroyed. So, that's that. And then once we go through this door, we see the actual antagonist of the game. So we met up with waifus, they're still here with us. This is definitely not a harem game. We have to choose. And people already donated for the correct choice. It's $10 for correct waifu, 0 for incorrect waifu.
I don't know, but I don't like the looks of it. Arcia, what's wrong?
Oh, I've seen this place before. Oh, my head!
Arcia, what happened?
Arcia!
Who are you?
My name is Dimar, the only surviving ruler of the Nether Sphere.
Then you're the last demon.
The last demon. Alright. So this is Dimar. The last demon. Dimar is... yeah. Dimar's the thing. Get ready for some quality dialogue from Mr. Dimar coming up. Alright, so if this were a RPG Limit Break speedrun, this is where we'd be doing kind of close to the last calls for donations, for the bid war on which waifu to save. And hopefully by this point, the credible donators have made the correct choice and chosen to save Laramie. Because all the evidence that I pointed out throughout the course of this game has pointed to Laramie being best girl in this game, and Arcia being not best girl. Or blue? What? Her hair's purple. It's purple and blue.
Slazer!
Dimar, is that the best you've got? Come on, try again. I want you to succeed. When I die, my spirit will enter the scepter forever.
If your puny spirit tries to enter the scepter, I will destroy it.
Alright then, let's see if you can.
What?
Eon, use your strongest magic on me so that my spirit can enter the scepter and save us all.
Oh, Slazer, no, I could never do that.
Brother!
Eon, you are the only one with the magic to stop the cycle. If you don't, evil will triumph forever and we are lost. Eon, kill him now while you can!
So that's Slazer, by the way. He's the best voice actor in this game. In the Japanese version, he's the by far and away the worst voice actor. For that scene that just happened, it was as if he delivered the lines like, "Kill me now while you can." It was like that for every line he delivered. It was pretty good. No idea why the Slazer voice actor just phoned it in the Japanese version, but they did. Alright, so there we go. Boom, there's our plot. Boom. There's the genocide spell. And then, whoops, as it turns out, that didn't actually kill Dimar. Alright, so if you thought some of that voice acting was incredible, hold on to your butts with both hands, because you ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing. No, you don't need to clench your butts, because there's... The run is alive. We'll absolutely not lose the run to anything at this point. Alright, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
I am winning. The evil is growing, taking control of him. He is losing his humanity. Soon he will be like the Ancient Ones.
That's a lie. Eon is not evil. He won't give in to your magic. He won't.
Yes, he will. He has been chosen. He is the one. Evil souls from all the worlds awaken when ghastly deeds are repeatedly committed. Eon is the reincarnation of Ma-O, the wizard of evil. He perpetuates the corruption that draws these souls to me. It is through him that I am able to lure them into my domain and rule them as I wish.
No! No!
You, your brother, and all the other survivors of the lands are merely pawns, manipulated by my hand to collect the souls of the evil dead. I have always been in control of your fate.
So every time Damar laughs, that's the cue to start holding up, because that means that's the last thing he says. In all three of these, the last thing he does is he laughs. Hey, Jagody. Yep, we Granstreaming. Alright. That almost went real bad. Okay there. Alright, are you ready for that except with Arcia this time?
Yes, all of the people you know who have perished in your pathetic wars have died in the name of the great Ma-O Zarouge.
No, stop! Stop, please! I've heard enough!
No, you must hear it all. You must remember it all. The fear in your voice tells me that you are starting to remember. In your previous life, you were killed by Ma-O Zarouge.
No! It's not true! It's not true!
You were an innocent princess in the ancient kingdom who was killed by Zarouge so that you could serve him.
Alright. Are you ready for the one after this? Because it has both of them in it. Okay. So remember before when I mentioned that some of the dragon fights in this game are serious business? This is what I meant. So these dragons can get their health back, and they have a ton of health. Alright. Get ready for this one.
Hatred is the fuel that powers evil. When Prince Zarouge was defeated, he was treated with such cruelty that his hatred festered and grew to such an extreme that he unknowingly summoned the spirit of Ma-O to become one with him. Once the spirit of Ma-O is welcomed, he rules.
No! No, it can't be!
When Prince Zarouge was taken over by the spirit of Ma-O, he became ruthless. He cut through the land like a scythe, crushing his enemies. He conquered all the worlds but one. That world was ruled by Princess Elamira, who suffered the same hardships as Zarouge. Arcia was Princess Elamira in a previous life.
Best line in the game, right here.
Princess Elamira. I've read about her in Ma-O mythology.
Zarouge finally defeated Princess Elamira's forces, but when he saw her, memories of their past life flashed before him. Despite this, he eventually gave the order for the princess's execution.
Please stop! Stop it!
Zarouge was a weak human, not worthy of Ma-O. At the last minute, he ordered his men to free the princess. He sacrificed himself for her, and when he died, he entered my world thinking he could challenge my powers. I've kept your world in a continuous cycle of war because of Zarouge. You are helpless, locked into a never-ending repetition of your past. Only I hold the key to ending the evil, and as long as it continues, I keep gaining power in my domain.
So remember, the laugh. He hasn't laughed yet. They fake you out here.
You are such weak creatures. All the wars you've fought before. All the people you've killed were the reincarnation of your old retainers. I have merely invited you to be violent and evil. and you have never disappointed me. You've gone to war without remorse for its victims. You've killed of your own free will. You are all as evil as the Rouge himself, and as long as you are evil, you shall always be under my control.
So the laugh there is also cut off in the Japanese dub. Don't know why, but it is. Oh my, that was the best Black Dragon fight I've ever had. Holy shit. Sorry about the swearing, RPG Limit Break Committee, but that was some serious business there. I have never had a Black Dragon fight that good in any of the many runs I've done of this. So that's hype. Too bad about all the other mistakes in this run, but hey. Still probably... Actually, this is a good point, a good place for me to talk about the final boss. But first, this is where I'd be cutting off the donations at the marathon proper for who to save. Because right here is where we choose. One of the two waifus here will be saved. The other one will burn in a lake of fire for all eternity. Alright. So the correct waifu is chosen already. We're already cutting off donations. So I'm going to talk to her twice to condemn Arcia to a lake of fire for all eternity. The right choice. So the final boss in this game, by the way, is completely random, and it can give you patterns that mean you can't damage it for long periods of time. And if that happens, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. That was a late split there. Apparently I had a really good Black Dragon in my other run too. Alright. So here's the final boss. This is Damar. When Damar is up in the air, I can't do anything to hit him. Not even like magic will hit him. And when he does the red crystal attack, so if you count how many times the boss does the attack where he's up in the air and throws a red crystal at me, because that will be an indication of how lucky I am in the run. Alright, there's one. So I already got him down to half health. There's two. Okay. There goes the good luck. So you only want to get into the crystal if the boss is already at full HP. Oh my god. It's trolling. So I could be doing the combo attack on the boss here for slightly more damage. Oh no. And that's GG. 3:45.48 is the new world record for the Granstream Saga. That went much better than last time. So I got really good patterns with the boss there. He didn't give me enough patterns where I could do the combo attack on him for even more damage, but that went great. Alright. Yeah, only two crystals is really good. Okay, so I'm gonna mash through the ending. There is a point where the ending just autopilots itself. We're gonna get up to that. So there's about 15 minutes of ending until the game just kind of stops. It just stops on a game over screen. So here's the canon ending where we saved Laramie. So Laramie survived the ending. And then I'll need to remember... gotta turn this down for a part. There's super loud voiceovers coming up, so I'll preemptively turn that down. How many world recce's? Not many. Few.
I have completed my journey and finished the last chapters of my chronicle.
You've done well in studying these people, Arcia. I had considered them too evil to be worthy of more of my time and attention.
There's so much to learn about these fascinating people. Sometimes they're immature and primitive, but for the most part, they're very intelligent and compassionate.
It is obvious that more work must be done. I want you to continue working on your chronicles.
Yes, as you wish.
Right. So as it turns out, Arcia was an angel or something, so who cares if she was condemned to a lake of fire? She's an angel. Yeah, or something. Who knows? So the main character was literally the devil for the whole game, and apparently Arcia was an angel? Alright, so the frame rate's real good in the ending as well. So it just shows a, like, what happened after the game for every village in the game. So this one is just old dude being old. And then the next one is Afto being a 10-year-old mayor still. No, we didn't throw that kid off the tower. He got thrown off by an evil wizard. You can't blame that one on me. Not that one, at least. Alright, Pixhim. They spelled it P-I-K-I-S-H-I-M. For this one. Not Pixhim. P-I-X-I-M. Because of course not. Why wouldn't they? And then, for the next town, while we were in Vulcos, however many hours ago, somebody mentioned, what do they do with fat people on Vulcos? Well, the ending actually addresses that. So I'm going to let you read the dialogue that dude says on the next screen here. Alright, here's Geitz. I'm no longer needed to check everyone's weight. Now I'm unemployed and bored stiff. But since no one is concerned about their weight anymore, maybe I'll open a restaurant. All the women are already beginning to get nice and fat. I'm looking forward to serving many kinds of pies and other varieties of desserts. There you go. That's the kind of quality plot that you can expect from the ending to the Granstream Saga. It's a really good game. I really love this game. As dumb as some of the things are in this, just... there's stuff like that. And also, it's a pretty fun game to play. Here's the Suddenly Loud.
Laramie, today you have become a Desbat pirate. You are now a warrior and will conduct yourself as one. Do not call me brother. I am now your commander.
This part's autopilot.
Sir. How dare you walk into a lady's bedroom without knocking?
Huh? I'm sorry, but I didn't know where I was.
Now we can turn this back up. Alright, so we're gonna have anime butt and side boob on stream again. So if you're sensitive about such things, well, sorry. I'll give you a heads up, let's say 5 seconds before it happens, in case you have like a boss walking by or something, or in a public library, or whatever. So I guess the public library is the best place to have anime butts. If we're real here. Alright. In about 10 seconds, there's going to be anime butt and side boob on stream. You've been warned. Children, cover your eyes. Adults, widen your eyes. About to get sexy. Right over here. Alright, right here. Kids, cover your eyes. Right now. Alright, you can uncover your eyes, kids. By the way, anytime you ever like do research for this game, like Ed and I did internet research before we did our routes for this. Let's say maybe half of all the stuff on the internet about this game is 1, there's no faces, and 2, there's anime butts in this game. That is about half of the information about this game on the internet. Is forum posts of, yo, this game doesn't have faces, and yo, there's straight up butts in this game. Which was kind of a novel thing, at least on consoles back then, in North America. Being very specific here. North American consoles in the mid-90s didn't usually have butts on them. So this game is a trailblazer, blazing the path for games like God of War. Couldn't have had all of the stuff that God of War did unless this game had anime butts in it. So respect the lore. Yeah, they made sure to have the butt technology in this game, but no faces. Alright. So thank you for watching. I'm sure you watched the whole thing. RPG Limit Break Selection Committee. I'm sure you did watch the whole thing, every single second of it, including the parts that went wrong. But 3:45:48 is the time I just got with some spaghetti in it. My estimate for this at the marathon, not including the ending and all that, is 3:55. So that should account for pretty much all the spaghetti that can happen. And I will have safety saves for the parts that could maybe potentially go wrong, like the Goodle Zephyr boss fight. Not the Goodle Zephyr, whatever the name is. The creepy ultimate being thing. That thing. That one I'll definitely have a backup save for, and the Ruins of Fire I'll have a backup save for. And the rest, don't really need it. So thank you, and I'll see you at the marathon. Hopefully you watch all of the pitch video that I'm recording tomorrow, too. Which is going to be more than twice as long as this one is. I know, real talk butts, right? Maybe there should be a donation incentive for if we reach over a certain amount of money, then we won't censor the butts with a giant kappa on screen. What's tomorrow's video? Well, can you think of a run that is maybe twice as long as this one? Yep. Shenmue Showdown. Ed still isn't buying real PS1. You could get everything he needs to play and stream this game for like $40 total. But nope. He spent that money on Fallout 4 instead and then never played it. Overblood 2. Oh man. I still haven't fully routed that. That one's about 6 hours, I'm guessing. Yeah, I figured that for any marathon in all the marathons ever. Yeah, I know he did get paid for Fallout 4. And then apparently just threw it all away. But yeah, I figured out of any marathon, out of all the marathons, that Shenmue 1 in any form would have any hope in hell of getting into, it would likely be RPG Limit Break. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try and see what happens. Because they added an extra day to do the Limit Break schedule this year, just so that they could have more long runs like that one. And since that one does 2 games at the same time to cover up the, let's say, downtime in Shenmue 1, I'm doing my best to give that one a chance. Oh, by the way, another thing I want to point out here, the credits are wrong for the voice actors. They credited the Corky voice actor with somebody else. Because of course. Yeah, we're gonna talk to Tom a whole bunch. We're gonna watch all those cutscenes in Shenmue 2. We're actually gonna work at the docks. It's gonna be magical. So, if I'm gonna spend tomorrow doing Shenmue Showdown, then that means we have to push Galarians until the day after. So it's still gonna be 2 days until we resume Galarians with Disc 3. And then after we do that, I'm assuming Disc 3 of Galarians is probably gonna be like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. And then I guess we're starting Croc 2. I think Croc 2 is the game after Galarians. Unfortunately, there's no time in the Shenmue 2 new game glitchless run to do duck races. It would add way too much time. Yep, Animo directory. But yeah, there's no duck racing in Shenmue Showdown because it adds a ton of time to that, and as it is, Shenmue 2 is already slightly longer than Shenmue 1 is. So if I made Shenmue 2 any longer, it would just make the whole damn thing longer, and that ain't gonna work. And it also kind of screws up the timing for other things. The way it currently works out, it works out pretty well. For parts that I have to have both hands on the Dreamcast controller, are generally parts in Shenmue 2 where I don't have to do much of anything. I can maybe just use my elbow to move in that. And vice versa. There are parts of Shenmue 1 where I don't have to do much except either A, sit in a forklift, or B, mash the A button to get on a bus while I'm doing other stuff in Shenmue 2. So, if I did duck racing, it would screw up the timing for all of that, and stuff wouldn't line up anywhere near as well. Chin strats. Unfortunately, chin strats, I can't. There's no real good reason to use chin strats for Showdown. The only time when I really have to do like both hands on one controller and then elbow the 360 one is for the very end when I'm fighting Chai. Alright folks, we did it. We survived speedruns for today. A reminder again, tomorrow